Hey, Clutch. Hello, hello. How is it going? Hey, Dawn. Hey, Neil. Hey, Joshua. Hello, hello. How's everyone's day? Very quiet. I had a Thanksgiving kind of event yesterday, because it was Thanksgiving here. And then today I did a whole lot of nothing because we don't go outside when it's Black Friday. Neil, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 5 months. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Vacato. Hey, Mirren. Hey, Lux. Hey, Sunburns. Did I shop for anything? No, I don't. I feel like I should take a look. I don't know. I feel like I don't really maximize on like sales and stuff. I am looking to get like to build a solid computer. So I might ask my friends that are more tech adjacent for help, but I'm really bad at capitalizing on sales. I don't know. I feel like I just never need anything when there's a sale, and then as soon as there is one, or as soon as there's not one, I immediately remember. So we'll see. Hey, Toko. Missed you. Have life been nice to you? Want me to feel life for you? Life has been pretty okay. It's been, I don't know. I think this year has overall been pretty all over the place. Like, it's randomly stressful, and then there are times when it's pretty quiet, and I oscillate between being pretty burnt out to being pretty excited about the stuff I'm working on to going back to being burnt out. So I don't know, but this past week has been okay. I think it's been pretty slow because everyone's anticipating the holidays, and I have been, just working, and when I'm not working, I'm either drawing or playing games. So I don't think I need anyone to be beat up just yet, but I'll let you know. Ready Player Marie. Oh, well, welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. Glad you could make it. I'm currently making, I don't know, I'm just drawing right now, as sort of a warm-up because I haven't drawn today. And then once I'm done with this, we're gonna get started on our commissions. Hey, Jill. Hey, Sophia. Is it just me, or does the canvas seem a bit bigger than normal? I don't know. It could just be that these have changed, like the size of these have changed. Maybe my brushes are a little bit bigger, but I think the size is normal. Yes, not a charity commission just yet. Hello, hello. You guys do anything fun in the past 2 weeks since I didn't stream last week? Had a concert? Nice, nice. An Arcane fan art hill? Very cool. Question, how much was Photoshop for you? But I'm interested, but is it like a monthly buying or one time? Unfortunately, currently, Adobe only does subscription-based stuff, which sucks. So I'd say if you're looking for kind of like a first-time program, Photoshop's not necessarily like, I don't know. I think at this point there are so many other competitors that you could just pick a different one to kind of be your first program. I like Photoshop because I've been using it for so long and I've kind of developed like a taste for how it draws, but it is kind of dependent on like the brushes you use and stuff like that. It is a subscription thing, although I think you can get a plan where you can just pay for Photoshop and like one other program. I think it's Lightroom. But I have the cloud, Adobe Cloud, because I use Premiere Pro and Adobe like After Effects occasionally, so I need all of them. But yeah, so you can either get the cheaper version with Photoshop on it, or just try a different art program like Clip or Paint Tool Sai, and you essentially get the same features, give or take. They feel different to use because they're coded differently, but much cheaper, one-time purchase. Potentially like them better. Have I seen Arcane? I have. You finished uni? Congratulations, Umber! Yay! I hope that, you know, you felt like you got what you wanted out of university, but otherwise I'm very proud of you. Congratulations. It's very exciting. Welcome to Eternal Summer. Are you using costume art for this one, or is it from imagination? From imagination. Oh, Sean, thank you for the host. Oh, thank you for so much. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good stream. You're so very, very kind. Thank you. I just finally finished an animation I've been working on. Nice, congratulations. Was it like a personal project that you were working on, or was it like an assignment? Always wondered how you deal with eye strain. Do you have any tips? So ways to deal with eye strain: make sure that your room is rather bright. Continually working in like super dark conditions with a super bright screen is not the greatest. I have personal preferences for how I draw digitally, so I don't use a lot of screen tablets currently because I have felt like my eye strain gets a lot worse when I use screen tablets. I try to spend some time not looking at my screen once in a while so I can get my eyes readjusted to like normal distances, not LED screen type, you know, views all the time. And just kind of the normal stuff, right? Making sure you get enough sleep. If you need corrective lenses, take them off sometimes, but put them on in case you're really using your eyes. I guess that's pretty much it. There's not much you can do. I think it's not like you can stretch or kind of have eye therapy, I guess. But the less you do that requires you to, you know, forcefully, like forcing your eyes to look at something really bright in a dark place, and also continually looking at screens. If you can minimize those things, I think you are doing the best that you can in our digital age. Can I ask you when the next stream critique will be? We are currently planning for that. So keep an eye out for on the announcement page, because we are just planning that now. It ended up that this month was kind of a little bit busy for all of us, like both me and Class 101 side. So we're going to be planning for sometime early to mid-December. Hello, youth. Well, thank you, Mari. Do you know there will be an update for Clip Studio Paint that add Liquify? Super cool. I did hear about it, which is really nice. I think Liquify is something that Clip Studio has always been missing. So if they have it, I can see that convincing a lot more people to move to Clip. So that's really cool. Also, hello Tojo. Hope you had a good dinner. That sounds really good. It's been really cold here recently, and I would love to get pho. I've been surrounded by like really good cooks, because I went and had dinner with family just for, you know, I haven't seen them in a while, so I went and had dinner beforehand, like last week, and then this week I went to a Thanksgiving event with family friends of my partners, and they are all really insanely good cooks, and I'm like, damn, this is like what I have to look forward to needing. Like, I have to learn this stuff. I have to learn how to host people. I should learn how to cook for recreational purposes. I should learn how to like make good food and be able to prepare that. Like, I think that's kind of a really good skill to have as an adult. And I cook to survive. All right. I don't cook good food because I am not bothered by average tasting food. But yeah, just being surrounded by people who could actually cook is crazy, because it's like, damn, you actually like make your own things. And it tastes amazing. It tastes so... I get why people don't go out to eat once they, like, have that skill. It makes so much sense. How was my Thanksgiving? It was very good. It was fun. I mean, you know, if the food is good and conversations are not dicey... which never are with this certain group of people that I went to Thanksgiving with. It's fine. My family personally does not practice Thanksgiving, so we we don't even usually make home food. We often like buy a lot of the elements, at least when I was growing up. So now that I'm living apart from them, I went to other Thanksgiving festivities, and the food was insane. The people there were very nice, so it was pretty quiet. It was a very nice, welcoming, casual dinner. Although I will say, I have not eaten as much food as I have in like the past 24 hours. Like, I have not eaten that much food in years. And then in like the last 24 hours, I feel like I've eaten like 2,000, 3,000 calories. It's like, it's way too much. So I've not eaten anything today because I was like, I'm way too full. I had grapes. Like, too much. If I'm ever in the area, I'd always be down to make you a bowl. Yeah, I mean, you know, at some point, we'll have to meet up again. And maybe if we're in a more, like I invite you home or something like that, then you could definitely show me how you make pho, because I would love to learn. But currently we live way too far apart. And I don't know when I'm ever gonna go up to the Bay, so. It's like a bard type character? I guess, yeah. Like, I mean, you know, you see a character with like a lute and you're like, oh, bard, you know. It's very easy, like instant association, right? Mildly fantasy character, they got a lute, probably a bard. Which is fine, because I didn't really plan for anything more extravagant than that. Oh, but he is. Steven, thank you for the 2 months up for 15 months. Thank you, thank you. Do you have any advice for people who want to improve their art, how to get commissions? So those are kind of like two separate questions, I feel like. Improving your art is, and I explain this a lot in my Class 101 course, it's a lot about purposeful practice. It's a very fluid thing, I think, for everyone, right? There's not one size fits all. I think generally people that are really good at improving their work or really fast and efficient at it are people who know themselves really well, right? They know how they themselves retain information. And that's kind of the biggest hurdle you have to kind of overcome when you are trying to improve your own work, is figuring out how is it that you retain information and how is it that you best reinforce that information. My recommendation for a lot of people is the method that I've used on and off across my career, which is ref and recall. It's basically, I describe it as very much a hit your head against a brick wall kind of trial by error process, because that's essentially what it is, right? You do reference of, you know, you have a problem, you get references for it, you try to break down what that problem is. It could be painting something, it could be you want to work on your stylistic techniques, you want to improve your line quality, like whatever the problem is. And in itself, it's its own problem, is figuring out how you're going to study that. That could be, you know, doing master copies of other people's work. It could be doing photo reference. It could be figure drawing, gesture drawing, like all that kind of stuff. Once you kind of have a way to practice it, then it's about, you know, sitting down and really trying to absorb as much as you can, like make notes, understand, like, what is it you're trying to get out of the thing that you're trying to learn. Are you trying to change how you already draw something? Are you trying to learn something new? And once you feel like you have kind of worked with this reference, or you've done multiple different studies and you feel like you're a little bit more confident, then it's about trying to figure out how to apply that to your own work and make it stick, and not just, you know, cram it in and then hope you remember it the next day. And so how I often, I guess, try to verify that that's the case is I'll try to apply it to a piece that is completely different and unrelated to the reference or whatever that I was studying. I really like drawing my own stuff, not necessarily my own characters, but just my own designs, and I don't really believe in this kind of, I guess, like, culture of only drawing things that are for study purposes and separating that from stuff you do for fun. I like drawing whatever I draw for fun all the time. So I tend to draw my own characters, make up my own stories or whatever, but then I apply the things I'm trying to learn while I'm doing that. And I'll make a note. I'll say, okay, so when I was doing the study, I remember they kind of utilized dark shadows or deep pitch shadows in areas of absolute dark. And so they wouldn't just put it everywhere because it makes the painting or the drawing feel really like dark and overall really blocky. It's very particular, and that's what I used when I was starting to put in these pitch shadows that you see me using a lot. So I would practice putting them in different places and taking them away and erasing them. And then I would, wait a day or two, look at my study materials, the things that I drew, not necessarily the photo reference, and I'd see if I actually retained the information that I learned. If I feel like I didn't, then I will, compare and contrast. I will figure out whether or not there's things that I missed, things that I want to remember that I didn't necessarily retain, and I'll do the process all over again. I'll do more studies or master copies if I feel like I need it, because I didn't really learn all the things I wanted to. I will then apply that to a new drawing, and then I will try to keep reinforcing that every time I draw something new. Eventually, you'll pick up one or two things from each kind of attempted study session, and those will start popping up more and more in your actual art, to the point where you don't necessarily need to actively think about it in order to apply those new lessons. It's so part of how you interpret that object or how you approach drawing that you've essentially added it to your repertoire of things that you do. And that's kind of how I sort of visualize improvement in sort of a more concrete way. When it comes to actually, the grand scheme of improvement, it's very nebulous. Some things aren't things that you can just study. And I think more and more nowadays I find myself struggling with things that don't have things I can concretely say I can learn through like master copies or studies or something like that. Nowadays I'm tackling things that are a lot more abstract, a little bit more subjective, a little bit more speculative, and that's going to come from me developing other things like my personal tastes and my personal critical eye for things, and expanding my knowledge of different types of art, different eras and genres. And now it's becoming more about, okay, maybe I should start getting into learning other facets of like tangential things like history, like costume, like fashion history, getting into sociology and stuff like that, because or anthropology and stuff like that, because those things all kind of tie into the work that I do. And that changes from making master copies and going on Pinterest and stuff like that, because the things that I want to improve in my personal struggles currently are no longer just how do I draw X thing, or how do I apply this specific technique. The process for learning those things is a lot easier for me now because I've done them so many times. Now learning is a little bit more arduous, a little bit more subtle, because I don't actually know if I've learned the topic. And so if you feel like that's kind of where you're at, the unfortunate answer is that at this point it's kind of just going to consistently be a problem of what you're learning is kind of too subtle to really know if you fully learned it, other than the fact that, do you see yourself making the same mistakes? Do you see yourself constantly going back to things that you actively are trying to avoid doing? Do you see yourself forgetting things that you thought you learned, notes that you've made, observations that you've had about other artists and their techniques and whatnot? If those are things that you're thinking about, that requires active observation, active learning, active changing. But, it's a very fluid process. And I found that not everything works for everyone, and not the same thing doesn't work for you every time. So sometimes it's all about casually learning things as you're just doing stuff, like as you're taking a break or as you're doing, like, learning stuff for other things. You reinforce new habits and you reinforce other lessons that you've been trying to learn at the same time. You might be attempting to learn how to pose better, and in the process of doing that, you get better at anatomy, or you get better at depth, or you get better at line quality. Or you could be taking a break from art, and you come back and you realize, like, oh, this is just so much easier to do. Why is that? Art is very difficult, I think, to process, or at least put your finger on what makes it, how do you get better at it? How do you improve certain things? The reason why it's difficult is because it's almost entirely dependent on whether you subconsciously or consciously really ended up retaining the information you were trying to learn. That is difficult to sell all the time, forever and always. But that's kind of, I guess, a rant on improving your art, I guess. When it comes to commission work, that's also pretty difficult. I'd say a lot of people, when they get into commission works and they don't find themselves actively getting commissioners, there's a couple things happening. Oftentimes, they are expecting too much too early, right? There's not always an active group of people looking for commissions. It's almost always about where does your art kind of travel when it comes to social media, what's the availability of it for people to find, the appeal of it to be bought and purchased as a product, and all those things change depending on the platform you post it on, who, like, the nature and health of your account, who you are as an artist, your style, your marketability, all that kind of stuff. So they either expect too much too early, or they are not offering styles that are currently super marketable to people, because when you get into commissions, you have to think about it as a product, as a commodity, and when you think about it from a more business sense, you have to think about what is it that other people want, and how do you modulate that to be something that you can deliver in a timely manner that is not going to kill you, and it might actually end up being a little bit enjoyable for you to do, right? And another thing that people, I feel like, don't really think about when they're starting commissions is that it's kind of a slow burn sort of investment. Not only do you have to think about social media, advertising, you have to think about balancing prices, you have to think about how does this scale upward as you start taking jobs that are maybe more legitimate in terms of, like, I guess, commercial viability, when you start doing commissions for not just people on Twitter or Instagram, but you start doing commissions for people at companies or studios or stuff like that. You have to think about what are all the tools that you need in order to be constantly improving, to be pushing yourself, and that too, like, people tend to stagnate when they're expecting to do commissions, because they kind of just wait for someone to bite, and they don't think about people kind of coming to know your work and coming to know you as, like, an artist and as a vendor, if you continue to improve. So when it comes to starting commissions, I'd say there is a time and place when you are ready to do it and when you aren't. The fact of the matter is, if you start selling your art as a commodity, or start selling your art as a product, there is a parameter for when people are actually interested in purchasing your art. That could be because of what you draw. If you do a lot of fan art, that can become an appeal. If you have a certain technical skill or a certain style, that can be a certain appeal. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be the best or at your top, skill level. I certainly was not anywhere close to where I am today when I started doing commissions, but I also started doing commissions about 2 years, 3 years before I even got my first one. And then even then I was getting maybe 1 or 2 for 5 more years after that. And then after I started establishing myself online and I started doing more and more commissions, I would improve my social media, have more followers, have more engagement, branching out to different types of platforms. I was starting to do more jobs just professionally. Then people started following me for stuff. They started seeing my commissions. They started getting more and more interest, and that's when commissions became something a lot more regular. By, 7 years in, I was getting more reliable commissions, but not enough to live off of. And then I started moving away from personal commissions to actual professional freelance gigs and contract gigs. That's when, for me, it became livable, but that's not necessarily true for all people. All right, so if you're interested in getting into commissions, I'd say you can open them, set them up, put a post out, say that you're willing to do X thing for a certain price, X thing for a certain price, and there's a whole thing about pricing that you have to think about as well. And you can just throw them out there, because no harm, no foul. Like, it's not a bad thing to put yourself out there before you've like developed like an audience for it. Just don't be too disappointed when no one bites, if that's the case. Some people might. You might get lucky, someone's really interested, they've been following you for a while, they really want your art. Super cool. That always happens. That can always happen. But when it comes to reliable commissions, set it out there and just do what you normally do. Go back to working on your art, improving your stuff, which is essentially the same as improving your own product. And do the research. Think about differences between things that you actually want to do, things that you can market. Where's the overlap between the two? Do that research. Keep doing it. Keep offering people commissions and spots. Don't get too discouraged if no one takes it. It happens. And the more you build that kind of outward advertising that you're open for work, and people look at your stuff and they see that you've improved, that you've done a lot of really cool art that has a certain style and an appeal that they want, people will come and find you. And once that ball starts rolling, it is kind of more of an exponential upward curve of people having more and more interest in your work. When that'll happen, how long does it take? That's a little bit harder to discern. But that's been my experience when it comes to commissions. So, I don't know. Maybe that'll help. Let's see. Almost forgot. How's Peach? Peach is good. I felt really bad. Peach got hurt, a couple days ago. It was because her nails had grown out a little too long and she was biting them. But I had been kind of holding off on cutting her nails because she doesn't really scratch stuff. If she does, she uses the scratcher, and she really, really hates when I cut her nails. So I was trying to give her like some space, but she accidentally scratched herself and she gave herself a little cut. And my heart dropped when I woke up and I saw her little forehead bleeding a little bit. It didn't bleed that much, and it was pretty much dry by the time that I woke up. But she did get a little cut, and I've been keeping an eye on it. I've been cleaning it. And I felt really bad, so I had to wrestle her to cut all of her nails. So now her nails are cut. She's back to square one when it comes to growing out her nails. And oof, yeah, I felt so bad, but she's okay. Like, she's not super hurt, and she's not bleeding anymore. She did not change at all when it comes to her behavior. It didn't seem like she even registered that it was there, and it didn't hurt when I touched it, so I can only assume that she's okay. But oh my god, it hurt me so bad. I got so scared. I'm always afraid that I will be a bad cat mom, but it seems like she's okay, and I will keep an eye on it to see if it gets any worse or gets infected, but I hope it won't. Hey Caustic. Hey boy. Is your class on a Black Friday sale? I believe it is. Inedible deck chair Twitch. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Benny, hello. Follow-up question, how do you establish yourself online? So this is kind of tough again because I think it really depends on a couple different things, and luck is kind of a part of it. establishing yourself online can come from a variety of different aspects of how you build your brand, essentially. So, and again, this can be like different depending on how seriously you take it. I don't really treat my social media much as a like physical brand. It's still very much just my stuff, and I don't treat it differently. I don't like doing sponsorships. I don't really like taking advantage of the numbers that I have, because I kind of don't see it in a business, really. My social media is just mine, but some people treat their stuff more like a business, which is totally fine, right? Because that's essentially a tool, right? Social media is a marketing, advertising tool, and when you build it up, you have the potential to utilize that for your projects. And I've done that before. A lot of people do that. So it ultimately depends on how you want to treat it, and that will change kind of what you do in order to build that audience. For me, because I never really saw it as much of a business, because I started it when I was like 11 or 12, I just kind of posted anything that I wanted. But the thing is, I posted regularly, and I also frequently interacted with other people in the community. When I was younger, I was always commenting on other people's stuff. I was always talking with other people. I would have friends in the community that I found because of certain events. I used to be a part of like DeviantArt art like roleplay groups a lot. I would go to events. I would hang out in live streams. Like, I would comment on people's posts, and then I would become a regular in the comment section, and so then we started knowing each other. I did that on Twitter. I did that on a bunch of different places. And so when it came to that, there was a lot of kind of crossover between my audience and the people, like other people's audience, because we all kind of knew each other. And I was actively posting. I was actively improving. I was always doing stuff. Like, I was trying out live streaming. I was doing I was just like interacting with people, I guess. And that took me a really long time to kind of build. I've been doing that ever since like 2012, 2013. And that's just like my Instagram. Twitter is like a totally different place. And in that, I did a variety of stuff, which I don't necessarily think people recommend anymore, but that's just kind of what I did. I never really liked doing fan art, but I would occasionally do it. I never really liked doing challenges, but I've done it a couple times, and I usually see like a boost during those moments. So it depends, right, on what you want to do. Because if you wanted to make your brand a little bit more business oriented, then it is in your best interest to do things that maximize audience gain, audience retention, that kind of stuff. So it's thinking about, okay, like, I should join bandwagons because people are looking at those hashtags. I should make fan art of really popular things that are current and new, that get a lot of traction. You should be doing like constantly doing more research into how to market your work, potentially looking at developing merch and doing small business kind of stuff, participating in challenges, doing collaborations with other people. Like, there's a lot in that sense. And your focus would essentially be kind of fine-tuning what it is that you want your brand to be. Some people's brands are their art style. Some people have very strong art styles. I think Vicky Size is someone, Loish is someone, Ilya Kushnov is one. Like, they all have a very specific style. They don't necessarily do fan art. They can, but they don't, right? Their main thing is that people recognize them for their art style, a certain vibe, a certain aesthetic, so they follow them for that. Some people follow people because they're just good artists. That's a technical skill thing. I'd say that a lot of concept artists get this, I think. People that are really good concept artists tend to really wow people with their good technical skill. And so that gets you a certain group of people that just kind of like good art. They don't really care what it's about, but they just like looking at it. Then you get the fan artists, people that almost explicitly do fan art, and they tend to get a lot of traction really fast because it's easy to expect a certain type of content if the artist is really into a certain type of fandom kind of a thing. So those get pretty consistent traction. I think a lot of people recommend doing fan art because people follow you because they know exactly what you're going to post. And kind of the draw side of that is that you have to like doing fan art, or else it's just going to suck a lot. I don't like doing fan art because I don't make that naturally. So for me, if I do fan art, it's like once in a while, very much kind of random, and then I don't promise anything to do with that thing ever again because I don't do it naturally. So those are all different ways that, like, different classifications, I guess, for what kind of draws someone to follow another artist or a person. And you have to kind of decide what it is that you want to be focusing on. I think if I were to classify mine, I kind of only really focus on technical skill and potentially a little bit of style. I think people recognize my stuff given what I draw, and then also given that I draw it a certain way. And it's, you know, but I don't really draw fan art. I don't really do like super big technical impressive pieces, and I also don't have like a style that I think is necessarily as iconic as some other people. So I'm very much kind of middle of the road sort of everywhere, and that's primarily because I never really focused on building a brand. And as a result, my growth as kind of an online person is relatively slow. I'd say it's pretty stagnant, mainly because I don't focus on posting a ton of things anymore. But from my experience, this is kind of what people do in order to kind of set a plan for themselves. Once that plan is set, though, you still have to execute on the plan, which is the tough part. And a lot of that, a consistent thing I do notice, though, is that people still expect growth. They don't like growth. They'll say that they don't like change, but they do expect growth. Improving your art, constantly kind of moving forward, whether or not it's developing your style, growing into like a new like atmosphere or vibe or aesthetic, whether it's developing your technical skill or whether it's moving on from fandom to fandom, growing with the new taste and new interests and stuff like that. People want to see small bits of change, right? And it's that constant delivery. It's being active, it's being a part of a community, it's being responsive to the people that follow your work, it's making them feel like they want to stick around because either they are validated by following you, or it adds to their day, changes their outlook, it gets them or invites them to also interact with the community by, you know, a piece of fan fiction or a piece of fan art, and it gets them excited, it gets them back into the fandom itself. Like, all those things are ways that you as an artist can provide content which feeds back into the thing you're advertising to. And once you start building that vibe with people, once you have a certain brand attached to you, that's when you can start utilizing that brand to build out into other spaces, right? People talk about their favorite artists. They share art with their friends. They, you know, try to find ways to keep in touch and keep in contact or stay up to date with whatever that person's doing. And so then you can branch out into doing other kinds of things like Gumroad tutorials, YouTube tutorials. You could do a Patreon. You could do, where you can just make content. Like, some people have made a whole brand off of doing vlogs of them doing just random things, or them selling stuff on their small business. I watch a lot of those. I really like watching small business owners packing orders for some reason. It's very therapeutic. But then they also just do random stuff like rebuild their desk or like make a mechanical keyboard build, and I'm all for it, right? So those things, those different types of brand kind of expansions will change how people interact with your stuff, will change how they share your stuff, and that all kind of comes back to bringing attention and eyes and just overall focus to your work and the things you're trying to sell. So, how do you establish yourself online? Defining what it is that you really want to kind of, how you want to display yourself when it comes to an artist or a brand. figuring out what it is that you really want to be doing with your online space, what kind of people you want to attract, and then reinforcing that by the content that you make, how active you are, the kind of jobs you take, the content that you kind of support, are re-inviting or kind of introducing back into the audience, the community sphere, your little niche as a part of the larger kind of population at large, and rehashing that, redefining that, changing that, evolving, growing. And then the unfortunate part is that there is an aspect of luck. Like, do people find your work? Do you manage to find yourself at the top of a hashtag or somewhere in the middle where no one's looking, right? Do you manage to grab the people that do stick around for a while, that are active, that you can kind of build off of, or do you just get a lot of people that are lurkers, but they're loyal, right? So they'll stick around everywhere, they just don't really interact very much. With your content, do you manage to keep it consistent, or are you always busy with other stuff because you have a life, and life is not very kind when you're trying to build something on your own? Do you have the funds to be able to work on things that aren't currently adding to your revenue source, but could potentially if you invest enough time? Like, all those things are active problems and potential hindrances to the process. And so there's an aspect of luck, there's an aspect of circumstance that is involved with this. But and so that's kind of why it's hard for anyone to say, like, oh, how do you build an audience? How do you get from A to Z within X amount of time? Generally, those people are lying to you. They can't promise you anything unless you buy followers and engagement, because you're working with humans here. Like, there's no way to corral people of individual thought and choice into doing something unless there's something that they can collectively gain out of being a part of that experience. So you have to establish what it is that people can gain from looking at your art. Oftentimes, it's just enjoyment, right? It's just pleasure. They could potentially throw away their follow or their like or their engagement to our work and they lose nothing, but we lose everything, right? We are in the business as artists to be catering to other people unless we force them to accept what we give them. And that comes with a lot of time and effort and energy, developing something that is not, like, atypical, essentially. That's a totally different type of brand. That's a totally different path to take. Not one that I would necessarily recommend just yet if you're just starting out. But at some point, you do get to a point where you can start calling the shots and making the rules. But yeah, anyways, there's something in there that you can you can take away from, hopefully. Oh, Stream Elements is doing stuff? Hold on. I think it could be that Stream Elements was set to be a little bit more intense when it comes to their security thing than I originally wanted them to be. So let me fix that. Okay. I did lower it, but I'm not sure. Okay, sorry. Catching up with the chat now, I've been talking too much. I will hydrate with my boba. Guess who's been looking into learning how to 3D model? Nice! 3D modeling is a good skill. I'd say it's a great skill to pick up because it's very versatile. And I honestly want to get back into learning how to do it because very useful for things like blocking out environments, building props for perspective purposes, things that I am bad at. So I'm with you there. How do you balance the aspect of catering to audiences and doing your own stuff? That is the problem, isn't it? That is, I think, the sticky part that a lot of people struggle to find a balance for, and that's usually when people get to a state of burnout, because how do you do that? How do you accept that you're not going to be able to maximize things without losing something of yourself? Because art is an incredibly personal thing to do, so you're not the same as like a product that doesn't feel, because the product is, or I guess not so much you're the product. Well, your art's the product, you're the machine that creates it. But the machine that creates other products doesn't have off days. Oh, well, they might break, but like they don't necessarily have emotions. They don't have problems like mental health and circumstances affecting their ability to be productive and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So the model of your art being a commodity, of being a product, breaks down because you can't necessarily treat it the same way, because there are things which will change how that product is made, how that product looks, and how that product feels. So when it comes to knowing when to draw the line, it's about setting boundaries, right? It's about knowing when it is that you no longer enjoy the process, what is important to you about art in general, and what is it that you're not going to basically compromise with. What is it that you bring to the table, but what is it that you refuse to change or modify or be forced to do? I never knew what those answers were for the longest time, and so I was willing to do anything. I was willing to work pretty much every day doing commissions and stuff because I felt like that's how you made money off of art, and I should be using this skill to make money, and it doesn't matter, like, you know, what I want to draw as long as I'm making money. But at a certain point I realized that time that I could have been spending enjoying art and making things and learning and doing all that stuff, I was busy trying to, you know, churn out commissions that I didn't even like. And so what did that get me? Like 4 years in doing commissions all the time and still not having enough in my savings to live off of. Like, what was I doing it for? And I kind of had I'm not religious, but I had a come to Jesus moment, I guess. And I, you know, realized that at a certain point what I had done, though, was I built myself up to where I could start making choices about what I wanted to do, about how I wanted to spend my time. Yes, Peach. Sorry, she's meowing at me for some reason. Yes, Peach. Oh. I was at a point now where I could see, you know, the products I was getting, and I could say no. I could say, like, I could reject projects because I didn't think they were fun or interesting, when before all I was focused on was like, okay, does this pay well? Doesn't matter, I can do it. Which is a terrible thing, don't do that. And so now I'm in a stage where I am focusing almost primarily on not catering to people, right? And so that's why I don't post that often anymore. When I stream, it's when I want to stream. I don't set a certain schedule because I'm too tired for that. And outside of, you know, charity stuff, which is stuff I want to do, I don't really take personal commissions from anyone anymore because I'm working on other stuff, and I don't need to take personal commissions. And so I am almost on the entirely opposite spectrum of catering to people, because now I just want to do stuff that I want to do, right? But when it's finding a balance, it's knowing, okay, so I still need personal time. I still want weekends. I still want to have holidays. So that changes how much work I can take, the kind of work that I can take, and when I can take it. Or, you know, if you're super deep into this, like, I need to build my thing, like, now, then that will change the circumstances. And you might find yourself only catering to people, right? It's being very tuned into your analytics, is being very cognizant of what it is that people responded to, and having an emotional breakdown when it doesn't work out, which I don't recommend if it's not obvious. But you know, people have different reasons for doing what they do, and it's not a judgment on my part whether or not you choose to focus on how people interact with your work. It's a business, or it could be a business after all. So I'd say the things that really matter when it comes to figuring that out is figuring out what it is that you won't compromise with, right? Nowadays, I choose not to compromise outside of working, right, full-time. I choose not to compromise with my own projects. So if there's a thing that I want to do, a type of art that I want to make, I won't take on work that compromises my ability to create things that I want to do. So if there's a project that I'm not interested in a premise that I don't like, even if it pays well, I'll turn it down. And I, in my, like, you know, free time, quote unquote, like when I'm streaming, when I'm doing other stuff, unless I explicitly want to do it, I'm not going to draw it. And again, charity commissions are a different thing because, like, I wanted to do the charity, so I'm fine drawing whatever it takes to make sure that that charity is fundraised for. But again, all because I made the choice that I didn't want to compromise my time. Speaking of mental health, how is your mental health? It's been okay. I'd say I've been pretty burnt out lately. And it was inevitable, so I'm not necessarily too broken up about it, but it is kind of unfortunate because, I don't know. It's weird because I am cognizant of, I'm a little too cognizant of it, and I'm still working, so it's difficult to find time that really allows me to sort of work through it, I guess. I have been taking breaks though, and I've, like, in my free time, I've been playing more games and kind of taking a very slow re-entrance back into personal projects and stuff. But yeah, lately it's been pretty bad imposter syndrome, pretty bad, like, I guess, like, knowing where my direction is and stuff, but I feel like that's kind of normal when you're in sort of a burnout. It's just like you don't have the energy to really be confident and happy with your stuff. So other than that though, I'm doing okay, and I think I'm working through it all right. So I don't know, maybe in the new year I'll have more epiphanies that'll give me a chance to break out of it, but for now, just taking it slow. Just curious, whatever happened to that D&D campaign you were playing? As all D&D campaigns go, finding time to play the campaign with a bunch of adults is very tough. But I've played a bunch of other things in the meantime. I played a Alien RPG based on the movie Alien, or I guess it's technically based off of the first two movies, because there's stuff in it that I don't really know anything about, but that's been pretty fun. Played a couple of tabletop games like The Quiet Year, and we did the Avatar RPG. That was pretty fun. We had to end it early because there was like nothing left of the quick start thing because the campaign wasn't done at the time that we were playing, the Kickstarter campaign for it. So yeah, and so yeah, we've kind of just been waiting to start it. I don't necessarily know if it'll happen, but regardless, I like my character, so I'm probably gonna use her for other stuff anyway. I don't really mind. How do I get over the feeling of guilt every time I'm doing something other than drawing? I try to find time every day to practice, but relaxation time ends up being stressful because my brain keeps telling me I should be doing more. Good question. I don't think it's not really something that if I tell you, it's gonna really change your mind. But I will say that I think we put a lot of pressure on ourselves as artists to I like to compare ourselves to other people and feel very like in the moment. A lot of our, I think, innate fears is a lot about comparing ourselves to what we feel like we should be doing and what we feel like where we should be at, level wise, skill wise, experience wise. We always feel like, you know, like I feel like we always compare ourselves to one or two cases of like artists either being really successful really early or people that are just, you know, started earlier than you or just has a better grasp on the subject matter than you at that given moment in time, and it changes our perception of what is real. We feel like we're the ones that are doing, like, we're the ones that are failing. We're the ones that are, we're not matching up to everyone else. We're not as fast as everyone else. We don't learn as fast as everyone else. Things and skills that we feel like we should have already, we don't. And because we have one or two cases where that is, you know, they have the experience, they have the success, they have the experience and skill and, you know, whatnot, at that moment in time, it feels like we're the ones behind. And then that translates into feeling really guilty every time you're not working towards that. It's not something I think that is easy to kick because it goes into a very primal sort of fear of needing validation to stick with something, of wanting proof that you're doing the right thing, of wanting proof that you are making right decisions or are worth investing time into, or this thing is worth your life and time and effort. And when we're not doing that thing, when we're not validating that innate fear, it's tough, I think, for us to deal with that. I guess insecurity into that moment of really honestly just fear, right? I'd say it's about understanding that there's a difference between when you are, I guess, forcing yourself to draw because you feel like you have to, because you feel like you should, and drawing because you want to, drawing because you can and you feel like you want to and you're prepared to do it, and it's something that you have chosen to do. I think the art you make changes. The quality of art you make changes if that's how you make the decision. What circumstance you've chosen to draw under, whether it's under duress or stress or feeling guilty, will change the work you can make, the things that you can learn. It doesn't mean that you can't make good work when you're under duress. It doesn't mean that you can't learn things when you're stressed out. I feel like there are things that I've learned because I've been put in situations where I'm stressed or needing to find solutions to things. But when you don't have to do that, when you are in a position to give yourself the time to learn how to do things and do it properly. It's more about analyzing why you don't want to draw. It could be that you're tired, like physically, and in that case, it's like you can't really make good art when you're tired and you're exhausted from other stuff you've been doing. Could be that you don't really have time because you have other stuff to worry about, and then it's a matter of, okay, well, I still want to make art, I still want to practice it, so I have to carve out time. If it's, you know, a matter of like you're just kind of afraid, or you don't really know what you're doing, and so it makes it difficult for you to I guess see it makes it difficult for you to even get started with the act of drawing. Then you have to think about, okay, is it because I am not having fun with this anymore? Is there a way for me to remind myself how fun this is? Because I have moments like that, and in those instances I tend to look at art that I like without forcing myself to draw. Because for me, I know that I like art, and I know that it's fun, and it's something that I enjoy doing. And so in the moments where I don't enjoy doing it, I try to remind myself why I like it. And in those moments, it can go two ways. I can either say like, ah, damn, you know, this actually makes me feel worse because I wish I was here, you know, in this, doing that, having this skill, being as experienced as this person, being where this person is at with this job, as opposed to where I'm at, and it makes me feel worse. Or I can feel kind of excited or inspired because there are so many interesting ideas, so many new things, and I just kind of have to push myself to kind of get to a point where I can share in that space. And ultimately it's about accepting that, you know, I think for me, I really care about the mindset that I'm in when I'm making art. And it's not that I'm waiting for the best time to make stuff. I think there's a level of personal responsibility and kind of, what's the word? Discipline? Self-discipline when it comes to improvement. But also at the same time, you know, if I've thought about why is it that I'm not drawing and I come up with a reason that I think is pretty valid, and it's accepting that it's valid, and that's a whole nother thing too, is allowing yourself to accept when you aren't productive and accepting when you aren't in a state that you can faithfully or confidently produce work, and, you know, forgiving yourself for moments like that. Once you get to that stage, it becomes easier for you to know when it is that, you know, you could be doing stuff, you just kind of are a little bit demotivated, or when it's actually like, no, you need to be taking time away from art and from work, and what you're doing, even if you feel guilty about it, it's like you have to kind of just reason with yourself. It's not an easy decision to make because no one can tell you whether or not it's the right one. When to take a break, when to give yourself a break, when is it that you've quote-unquote earned the break? Like, those are all questions that you could ask yourself and never come up with an answer for. And for me, at least, when I'm trying to take a break, I tell myself, like, could I reasonably, right now, be making work that is worth the time, right? Or would I just be making work because I feel bad about not working? I feel bad about not being productive because I feel like I should be. Because I feel like any moment I'm not drawing is just, like, I don't know, it's like, I guess, a missed opportunity. But art doesn't work that way. It's not like something that you can just do all the time and time plus effort equals gains or rewards or experience or whatever. How you make that art does matter, and you could spend an hour, 5 hours, 5 months, 5 years drawing every single day, or drawing at every moment that you can and still come up with nothing, when someone who spent a couple of months really just focusing and having a really insightful way to approach what they're studying, to approach their work, and they'll have infinitely more progress because the quality of work that they did in those moments were different. They made it with different intentions under different circumstances. So this is all to say, if you're feeling guilty about it, it's most likely because you're afraid that any time you don't spend working is time that you're wasting, time that you're becoming complacent with being, in a state of failure. When really, I think the moments you're relaxing is actually really good opportunities to take a different approach to art and creativity in general. When you're relaxing, you're taking the time to live life and to grow as a person. And those things are just as important as technical skill. I treat moments that I'm not drawing or moments that I'm not always making stuff and working as times where I could be focusing on other parts of my life and actually being a person, because lo and behold, art can't really be everything that you are. And this is rich coming from someone like me because that is what it was for a majority of my life. But I think in the moments where I'm doing other things and I am kind of growing as a person, I am becoming a better artist because I am experiencing life on a deeper scale than I did when I was looking at it only through the lens of art and improvement and drawing and all that stuff. Moments where you're taking time away is really important, and it does matter how you're spending that time, but being able to forgive yourself for days that you're tired and unmotivated, and then also being able to kind of spin days where you feel like you haven't done anything to become slightly productive in the manner that, maybe just take some time to look at some art that you like and think about it for a second. Think about, what is it that you want to do when you go back to drawing? Take a moment to consider your goals, your future kind of plans for what you want to do with your art, even if it's only really kind of basic ideas, right? Think about what you want to make and stuff that you're interested in doing. There's a ton of stuff that you can do that isn't related to drawing or related to the act of drawing that is still very helpful to art and learning and growing as an artist. And when you're doing stuff like that in the moments that you are feeling good and okay and you're just kind of, taking a break, and then in the moments that you are tired and you can't be active and productive, allowing yourself to disengage from art as a whole. Once you allow yourself to do those things and accept that that's okay, that you have to do those things, that coming back energized, coming back excited, coming back a little bit more in tune with yourself as a creative, you're actually doing more for yourself than if you drew every day for months or years, your whole life. Because art is not just a skill that you can work on and be good at just by the basis that you put in time. It's a lot more than that. It's a lot more complicated than that. And as a result, it's a lot more, it requires a lot more of you. It requires a lot more of your health and your emotional and mental stability. And that stuff is hard to take care of, and it's a delicate situation that is different for everyone. And as I always say, there's something in there that could be helpful. You see yourself as an artist or as an illustrator? I don't know. Honestly, I think that, and I should really stop working on this. I think that, it's kind of hard for me to put a label on what I do because I have skill sets that I can apply to other things, but, I don't really feel like I personally identify with one or the other. I can be an illustrator, I can be a concept artist, and I can be a character designer because I have all those skills. But when I kind of regard what I do in my own time for myself, I don't really see myself as any of those things individually. I am all things and none of those things at the same time because I like doing all those things individually, and when it comes to what I do in my free time, I try to do a little bit of everything. So it's hard for me to really say what I consider myself as. I'd say in a way being an artist might be the most accurate thing because there is no expectation for what you draw. It's just that you engage with art on some way, seeing as it can encompass all things 3D, abstract, and all that. But if you were to ask someone logistically, technically, there's the umbrella term artist, then illustrators, concept artists, graphic designers, everything like that. But, you know, I feel like in my own time, with my own stuff, when I'm really just focusing on things that I'm doing, it's hard to put a label on it because I don't want to do just one thing, I guess. How much of your time do you think you've spent on research before during your college days regarding cultural history, fashion history? None. I did not care about it very much, I don't think. I took one fashion history class, which changed my life, I think, honestly, because the teacher I had was really good. She now works at Art Center as their fashion history or costume history teacher, I think. Her name is Gwen Conaway. If you ever go to Art Center, you know, in the niche group of people that are here that might go, and you can take her class, take it, because she's an excellent teacher who actually knows what she's talking about. She actually got me interested in fashion history, and she didn't have to do much. She just kind of showed that history in regards to fashion, like there's something there to learn, and that there's actually a lot one you can say when it comes to the clothes that they choose to wear. And as a character designer, that was always really interesting to me because my job as a whole is about figuring out why characters wear what they wear, and more than that, you know, why they look, how they look, and all that stuff. But, you know, clothes is a big part about character design, and being able to kind of have someone tell me that's important, and that those things can change how someone dresses, and it changes based on their society, and it has cultural, socioeconomic, it has political impacts, like all those things were strangely interesting to me, and I never really understood that was something I was interested in until I got exposed to it. So since then I've kind of always been interested, and it hasn't been until the last couple of years that I've really started to do a lot more research into it, and now I watch content about it. I have read and I'm reading books about it. The current one I'm reading is really fun. It's called it doesn't have any pictures in it, unfortunately, and I wish it did because I feel like there could have been a lot of really cool images to go along with it, but it's called The Golden Thread: How Fabric Changed History by Cassia St. Clair. It's a really cool book because it goes into all the different ways in time that fabric has changed human history. In fact, she claims, and she posits that weaving and fabric making and clothes making is the premier technology that allowed humans to thrive as kind of a species, because that changed how humans kind of approached survival, and then how they approached culture and how they approached society. She covers different ways that cloth is made, all the different like actual plants that they used, how socioeconomic status changed the nature of the fabric that you had access to. And I haven't gone through all of it, but it is a very cool read. It's pretty dense in terms of like actual technical knowledge, so if you struggle with that kind of stuff, it's not just stories. She does actually cover like the looms that they use and the techniques that they had, and that stuff can get a little dry sometimes if it's not something you're interested in, but I like it. It's cool. Informs my knowledge potentially. If I ever have a character I want to make that I need to show them actually making the clothes, then I have better knowledge on it. And she has another one actually too about, I think, the life of color, the life of dyes, and it's about how fabric was dyed in history and what the impact certain colors had, again on the same topics, and I'm really excited to read that one. So, you know, I think nowadays I have a much more informed interest in this kind of stuff, but I don't think I really cared about it up until I was in college. Because I didn't see how it mattered to me. But I'm a changed person now. I'm very excited about it. I'm actually even considering like going back to college and getting a fashion history degree, because I never finished art college, but I don't know, I'm kind of interested. I really want to see if there's a course out there or like a kind of part-time thing I could do later on when I have more free time. And just go back to school and take a course on it, because I do want to learn, and I struggle a lot with history because I don't really know like numbers and dates and geography. Like history, when it comes to dates and geography, I am so bad at. I cannot place regions, I cannot place time periods, I cannot place events in history. It's like by far one of my worst subjects, and I've always been super interested in it. So it's probably gonna be a struggle, but I'm kind of tempted. I kind of want to consider doing that at some point, because I don't know, it's really fun and fascinating outside of just being applicable to character design. I think the idea of it's really fun. I post my charity commissions anywhere. They're really pretty. Sometimes they get posted in the Discord. Tojo's been helping me with that. Was there ever a time you accepted a project or job that you felt was out of your reach? You had too many things on your plate than you thought you could take on. Yeah. I mean, I think there's slightly two different interpretations of the question. Did I get a job that I felt was out of my reach? I kind of interpret that more as like, that I felt like was more than I could chew, less of a time thing and more of like a skill thing. Yes, I have had projects like that, and I've had projects where I've taken on too much and couldn't finish them all in time. I've done both. I've done both for sure. I think the Class 101 thing is actually a great example of it. I just felt too much. Like I'm a very idealistic person, right? I'm not very realistic. So for me, I was like, oh, you know, if I was gonna make a class, I'd want to do like all these things. And granted, like there's a lot of content in the class now, but at the same time, I feel like there was a better way I could have done it that wouldn't have resulted in such terrible life-work balance. But a learning experience, right? And I have learned and I have changed. Gary is making sure that I have changed. I run everything through him now because I don't have good impulse control. And if something comes across my plate and I'm like, I would love to take that, but I'm already working like 2 other contract things at the same time, like I physically can't. So, you know, I like lately I've been getting jobs that I would have absolutely killed for 2 years ago, and they all came and popped into my inbox like as soon as I started working a full-time job, as soon as I got the Class 101 thing, as soon as I was working other jobs that I couldn't take on. And like it hurts so much, because I'm like, no, I would have loved to do these things and worked with these people, but I can't. And I think I had to accept at some point that just because I turned it down once doesn't necessarily mean the door is closed forever. I mean, it very well could, and I wouldn't know, but I have to kind of accept that there's there's a timeline in which I didn't make that call and I suffered for it. So even if I wanted to do it, even if it could have been really cool and a really good experience and I could have gotten more work out of it, it's better for me that I did not do it. And I have to keep telling myself that because I feel guilty every single day for a lot of the things that I turned down. But it's okay. I'm learning to live with my choices. And be a better artist and better person for it. But yes. Do you enjoy what you do, or are you like a lot of artists hate drawing, but I do it because it's what they're good at, used to love and are good at? I love art. I love drawing. And if you asked me like a couple months ago, I might have said no, I hate it. If you asked me last year, I might have said no, I hate it. But I think in my heart of hearts, and I feel like I've known this for a really long time, but I just kind of started accepting it this year. I will always love drawing. Always, always. I love it. I love the act of it. I love being a part of it. I love being a part of communities of artists. In the way that I like that there is one. And I like that I can engage with art on a global scale because of the access that I now have with the internet and stuff. I do love it a lot, and that kind of changes I guess my ability to get away from it, to take a break from it, because I think I always feel like you know, that if I don't have art, then what do I have? Not much a lot of the times. But that's not really true. I think I've started to accept that off days are okay regardless of who you are. And that means that, you know, I've struggled a lot with burnouts and art depression and art block, but ultimately I always come back because I really like what I do. Gwen, like Guinevere, Gwen, but Conaway with Conaway, so you got it pretty much right. But yeah, she's a teacher at Art Center. Very, very good. Are you into fashion for yourself or just writing in history? I am the most bland. I dress in the most bland way. And I think being interested in fashion is kind of changing my mind about it, because I think I've always been too insecure about myself to really dress well. A lot of my interest is more in fashion history and how it applies to people in general, but I have been kind of interested in developing a personal style, I guess. I don't know though. I think for me, I'm a lot more interested in how it applies to people and society and history, more so than, I guess, what is happening? Oh, I think this is it. More so than how I interact with it, I guess. What would be a good place to learn about fashion history and applying it to character design for someone without knowledge on the subject, or an intro for where to start? So, like, okay, I talk about being into it, but I don't really use sources that are unattainable by other people, right? The first thing I do is I just Google things, right? I first start out with doing basic research on cultures that I don't necessarily have any experience with. If I see something where I'm like, you know, I watch documentaries, I like watching video essays on stuff, I like reading about different cultural practices, and as soon, like, you know, you could see something on Pinterest and be like, oh, I wonder where that's from. And then you get into a rabbit hole reading about, like, how masks have a more symbolic religious kind of connotation, and how that mask is made and what materials they use change how that tribe or that like group, nomadic group might, you know, see someone's life, someone's kind of you know, their place in the group, their place in the society, how it grows with them, you know, charms, different religious practices, different belief systems, and then that kind of culminates into, you know, you having a deeper knowledge on how this one group of people have chosen to see reality. They've chosen to view inanimate objects like stones and rivers as places of great, you know, kind of cultural significance. They've chosen to see deities and mythological stories and creatures in places that you and I may not see them in. And that changes how they interact with each other. That changes how they interact with their world, how they interact with basic, you know, instances of whether or not they're in danger. How do they treat hunting, food? How do they, you know, what resources do they have access to? What region do they find themselves in? Like, all these things are things that kind of fall into it, but I didn't learn any of this stuff about any of the cultures that I'm interested in because I had a reference book or something, you know, actually academic. I Googled them. And at some point I realized, like, oh, like, there's actually something pretty cool about how everyone individually does all of these things. And so then I did some more research and I started getting more into different types of content that talks about it in that manner. I'd watched YouTube videos from historians about their look into how people dressed, how people would use the materials that they had on hand to kind of express themselves, different ways that's done throughout history. I'd recently started purchasing books about different textiles, different types of jewelry from certain regions, because I was interested to see, like, how their takes on art changed depending on their region and their kind of cultural I guess makeup, because art is very much a reaction to and a result of nurture, and when you grow up in a certain society seeing certain kinds of influences, your style changes. And so I was interested to see how their jewelry changed from pieces of the same time period in other areas and other places. And I looked into textiles because I wanted to see what kind of dyes they had, what kind of embroidery they used, because that stuff's really interesting to me. But I didn't find any of those things from any course or book or anything like that, because it all started from places like Pinterest, from places like Google. And as I got more and more knowledgeable about it, I could start Googling things with a much better, I guess, like, technique. I could, you know, nowadays when I think about a prompt of, you know, like, maybe I get a prompt asking me to build a rogue, right? They want a rogue character. Rogues often are dual blade wielders, and classically they're seen as, like, hooded figures, assassin types, but, like, why not go into dual wielding martial artists from Southeast Asia? They have a lot of different styles that are dual wielders, but they have a completely different fighting style otherwise. And what if you designed blades that looked more like a Callus or a Chris with the serpentine look? How does that change all the other aspects of their design? Well, they don't really have hoods there, but they have other things. You could do things that are dyed with the batik process, which is like a wax-based dyeing process, and that changes the textiles that you can get. But they also have completely different textile embroidery habits. Like, they have a lot of more geometric figures, but they also put a lot of mythological creatures in their work, and so that kind of changes. Like, okay, well, their design now could be very charm based. Like, it's like you give them clothing that has embroidery on it that's all about protective charms, and it's about warding off evil, and maybe that changes the color palette they have, the type of fabric that they use, and the jewelry that they wear or don't wear. Like, once you start getting into it once, twice, multiple times, every project becomes like a new opportunity for you to learn something new about a different place, because once you start seeing things as being more than just the classic interpretation of them, it gets kind of weird that we have such innate, ingrained ideas about what things should be just because that's what we're used to. And I think me living in America has made that very obvious to me, because a lot of things that American media makes is very classic and stereotypical, and that's fine because there's a big kind of, I think, focus for American design when it comes to entertainment, that you want things to be recognizable for people. But I think I started getting into a state where I was realizing, like, if all you give people is the same kind of flavor, the same kind of food profile, at no point are they ever going to want to try a new thing, because it's suddenly like it's not easy for them to get into new things because they're raised on this one diet of certain cultural references, of certain ideas, that it's hard for them to accept new types of media, which is why I think it's hard for a lot of American audiences to really get into foreign media. They're not raised to be open to the idea that a martial arts movie could be something that's not super hokey. They're not raised on cultural influences and stories being told with a different story structure. Their ideas of fantasy are locked to be what Game of Thrones and Tolkien has told them, because those were the biggest fantasy hits that has been in our media in a really long time. Animation is not seen as something that adults can really enjoy here, but in places like Japan and France, it's something that's very different. They see animation as a completely different form of storytelling, as a different way to tell stories, but not necessarily a way to, or not necessarily a certain industry focused primarily on one audience demographic alone. So I'd say what would be a good place to learn? Just try venturing outside of your own personal tastes for a little bit. Look at something that you've never really thought of drawing influences from. I like Pinterest for this because, again, it's a site that aggregates a lot of different images, and once in a while I'll get something that's very different, and I'm like, okay, I wonder what that is. So I'll do a whole search for, where does this photo come from, and what is the I guess, like, source for this specific thing, object, photo. I'll look for the artist, or I'll look for the photographer, and I'll go from there. I'll start researching into, like, oh, okay, this region is in Central Asia, and they've got, like, a very specific, like, society that they work with, and they've got, like, a specific type of metal that they use for a lot of their more traditional stuff, like costumes, dances, rituals, performances for the new year, or holidays that they particularly celebrate, and I'll start implementing some of those influences into a random character design or a random project. And the more I do research, the more inclined I am to start looking in different places for ideas that aren't just what I'm used to. That got me into fashion history. That got me into getting more becoming more interested in how clothes are made and how that changes depending on where you're from and what era you're in. And now I'm here, starting to use my disposable income on massive books that I have no space for on my bookshelf, because I like the fact that I have them. But it's good because I'm reinforcing, my knowledge with actual legitimate factual history, not just things I find on Wikipedia anymore. Oof. Well, I'm glad you guys are interested, because I think it's really cool. And it's kind of one of the first things that I feel like I've actually developed a legitimate interest for. And I'm very excited to learn more, I think. I will hydrate. I appreciate it. I definitely think I'm in only the beginning stages of really maximizing what this knowledge can do, but there's something really fun about knowing that there's a reason for everything. I think it really adds to my experience as a designer, because I think I've always had sort of an apathy towards when people kind of design things just to make them look pretty. And I thought that was cool. And I did that for a while too, but I was like, there's gotta be more to this. Right? And when I started really getting into character design for real, I realized, I had a couple teachers that were talking a lot more about ways to apply character design beyond just making pretty characters, because there's more than that. There's a lot of things that tie into character design that isn't technically a part of the job, but you do it because it's kind of your job to know, the world building, how that applies, and create character designs that other people never thought of but are now really excited to work with. And it's a lot of pressure, I think, but it makes the job interesting. And as soon as I realized, like, all these things, all these new interests could help me not only be a better character designer for jobs, but also allow me to make more interesting stories and more interesting characters for myself, like, it made the whole process a lot more exciting. Because then, if I'm asked to make a character design, I can think about things that maybe they didn't think about themselves. I could think about the prompt that they give me, and I could come up with my own kind of world building for it, and that changes how I design things, and it gets them thinking about new ways that the impacts that their storytelling has on the characters that populate it. And I don't know, it's just really cool to me, and my job is a lot more interesting because of it, and my appreciation for people who are really good at it grows exponentially. Because, sometimes character design is just about creating cool, iconic designs that don't necessarily have anything special to say, or anything special to, I guess, anything special when it comes to espousing world building or story, or whatever that is. It's just meant to look cool. It makes those designs more interesting too, because then I can see it from a perspective of someone's own personal cultural interests and upbringing. People that are from Asian countries that grew up with Asian influences design characters in very different ways. Seeing how willing someone is to give color to sci-fi or futuristic worlds tells you something about their interests, their cultural upbringing, the movies that they watch, or the stories that they read. It shows you a completely different design sensibility, and it's like a weird way for me to engage with another interest of mine, which is psychology. All of these things coming together to meld and make a one beautiful, very interesting package of information. gets me really excited. I like it. And so it's always fun when other people are interested in the same thing, because I think more designers out there should be thinking about how to bring in more than just technical chops to their jobs. I think the world and the industry as a whole will benefit a lot from having designers that are willing to do that extra bit of research, so that, you know, projects down the line are not just rehashes of the same ideas, but new and interesting interpretations of material that is available for us to use and be inspired by. I don't know. I think it's something that should be a part of every character designer's kind of curriculum. Knowing the impacts of their design. Because you're not just artists, you're not just illustrators. To be a designer is something else. And design is something that you should know how to modulate, and you should know how to work with, and you should know when you have to put in that extra bit of effort to make it worth it. Tosha, were you the one that recommended the game, the Cyberpunk bartender game, to me? The Valhalla, I think? Have you actually played it? Okay. Why do they talk about sex so much? Like, why? Why? Like, okay, here's the thing. Okay, I get... Maybe it's just because I'm, like, emotionally immature, but I don't think sex is a very interesting aspect of lawless futuristic societies, right? Like, I don't think they're very, it's like something that you should always be rehashing, because, like, that, like, I'm totally fine with explorations on sex work and going into sex as an aspect of society, but when, like, 60% of the conversations are, like, just so, it's so, like, this is getting into really touchy areas, but, like, I only played, 7 days in the game, and in that time I got called a sexual predator. I got sexually harassed by some of the like customers. There were many implications towards like sexual assault. There was a couple of different mechanics where it's just like really, like, why do I need a porn subscription? Like, in the game the main character has a porn subscription. I'm like, why do I need this? And that's cool. I guess I just kind of felt weird playing the game because I'm like, I don't really care about sex that much. And this world is interesting and it's cool. So like, why do we have to talk about it that much, I guess? I don't know. It really bothered me because I like the bartending aspect to it. And the world's pretty interesting. Like the bit about I don't know, I think they've built like a really interesting kind of way to introduce exposition about the world, and they have like a cool design for it, but just, oh my god. I like just playing and I'm like, why is it coming up so much? And this could just be because I've been pretty asexual most of my life. Like, I'm not too into it as like a topic, and so when I was playing I was like, huh. They're bringing it up a lot. But, you know, if people think it's a nice way to, you know, build out the grittiness of their world, that's cool. I just don't think that all gritty, lawless, cyberpunk world building stories needs to have that so focused on, I guess. But maybe that's the only way that they could visualize like the consequences of a world given the certain circumstances, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I like the game otherwise, but the amount of weird locker room humory things directed to a female character, and me playing as a female character, I was kind of like, eh. I could do with less. But okay, I guess as long as it was intentional. Also, I feel like maybe I wasn't meant to play a game like this because there's like, and granted, I don't think the game is necessarily in line with the marketing, but the amount of the marketing that's just like, get your waifus. I'm like, I don't want any. I don't want to date anyone in this game. I don't think you can. I like Boss. Like, Boss is really cool. I like Dana. Dana is really neat. I think because Dana doesn't try to make you feel uncomfortable. And I'm like, cool, thanks for talking to me like a normal person. But yeah, it's just something I noticed. Yeah, no, I mean, you're not the only one who recommended the game to me. Like, Gary also recommended it to me because I was playing Coffee Talk and I finished, and I really liked it. And, like, it's clearly another game of the same type. And I do like the game outside of all that other conversation. But, yeah, it's just, I don't know. And then there are, like, moments where they try to be, like, really, I don't know. I guess I never really felt like their conversations that kind of delve deeper into like socio-political economic stuff gets all that. It's not. It feels kind of ham-fisted. Like they still want to make a game that has deep characters and interesting world building and all that stuff, and they bring up like the Hong Kong riots, and I'm like, I don't know if this works very much. Like, I get that these characters are like, they're cool and interesting, and they could have pretty deep backstories that kind of have a bigger message, but I don't know, it felt kind of ham-fisted to me. The appeal of Cyberpunk, I think, for a lot of people has always been that it's like dystopia in a brighter neon. And it, you know, it's got like its own color palette, because anything with punk always implies some kind of resistance against the status quo in a way. You take lawlessness with humans, put them in a futuristic world where anything's possible. Sex is always gonna come up as like a topic. And I don't necessarily think it's like a matter of age. It's just like the fact that it was even brought up sometimes. Like the character sometimes have moments of exposition where they start explaining like a bunch of things where I'm like, this doesn't feel like you're talking to someone. It feels like the writer is trying to have a moment to explain a certain thought that they had. And that's fine and all, but like put that in between like weird moments where I'm already kind of turned off by like how the person's talking to me. Like, hey, I am not super fond of being told to take my shirt off. And even if the character is a girl who's telling me to do that, maybe just because I'm not interested in flirtatious dialogue. But yeah, it was just kind of like interesting observations. Otherwise, though, the game itself is pretty fun because I like the drink making aspect and the characters are interesting. So I do wonder if their new game will be a more evolved kind of version of it. I will hydrate. The game itself is called Valhalla, but the Cyberpunk, I don't know, there's some like tagline with it. It's like VA11 space HALL space dash A or something like that. What do you think draftsmanship as an artist means? For me, whenever I talk about draftsmanship, that's like technical skill and kind of more in the way of like foundational stuff. Good draftsmen are often people that either are very familiar with formal classical training with the arts, which is like foundational anatomy, depth, 3D, kind of like being able to rotate and move objects in 3D. They've got super stellar structure, are able to put things in perspective, have a really good knowledge of how to communicate that through line work, through composition and all that kind of stuff. Draftsmen it's a way for, I think, people to, at least for me, to describe people with a really good grasp on their fundamentals. And it's often with people that have some form of classical training, although not always. I think for me, if they have a really good grasp on anatomy, their structure, when they draw characters, objects, animals, vehicles, anything like that, if it's solid, that's the sign of a really awesome draftsman. And just any kind of, I guess, display of very well practiced, well studied, and well absorbed knowledge of basic fundamentals. I don't include stuff like painting and lighting and stuff like that, because for me that's a lot less to do with my interpretation of a draftsman, that are usually very line based. But no, you can also toss them in if you really want to. Are you gonna pick up the new Life is Strange? I don't really like Life is Strange. I don't think the story is very cool, so I probably won't. I don't know. Something about it just never clicked for me, I don't think. But recently I've been playing Voice of Cards, The Isle of Bliss or something, I think is what it's called. It's a very complicated name. It's very fun. I really like it. It's the Yokotaro card game. And it's a lot more like a JRPG than a card game. I really like it. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I got that recently and it's been pretty cool. It also helped that you could get Drakengard and Nier add-ons. So, or I guess just Nier. I wrapped the two in my head, but yeah, you get Nier add-ons for the game, so I did. Oh, yeah, a couple of my friends were playing that game. It seems like they really liked it. How much does talent affect an artist, or does it even exist? So, I don't know. I think there's a stage where a lot of people started being like, talent doesn't exist, you know? It's like, and I, to a degree, I think it's really stupid to get hung up on talent necessarily, because getting hung up on it is, I think, a way to explain circumstances, but it doesn't really actively help change circumstances. And I spent a lot of my time when I was growing up kind of focusing on those types of things that explained things but not necessarily helped me move on from them. Like, cool, yeah, maybe that's the truth, but like, I can't do anything about it, so I gotta move on, right? And as I got older, I started thinking more and more about, like, how do I move on from those types of things? Because it's really easy to get really wrapped up in that kind of stuff. When it comes to talent, I think some people just innately know themselves better than others. And I think that manifests itself as talent. Because obviously there are people that, you know, when they're younger, they have such a better grasp on, like, they seem like they have a better, much more faster route to achieving certain skills. They come in super young with all of this knowledge. And I think that it's a lot more that from a younger age they had a kind of a deeper interest that they hung on to. It's really easy for people to pick things up when they're younger. It's really hard for them to stick with something as they get older. People that have, I think, talent are kind of able to pick up something, kind of understand it in a way that makes sense to them, and then they maximize the act of kind of developing that skill, of understanding that skill and utilizing it and applying it. When it comes to art, I think people that are often considered talented just tend to have like an interest in it that is different from, you know, people being interested in being able to draw. It's more that it makes sense to how they see the world. It makes sense to how they, I guess, visualize things. For me, at least, when I was growing up, and I often got labeled talented when I was growing up, I pretty much drew all the time, and when I was drawing, I always remember talking to myself a lot, and I think it was complicated, and it's complicated now for me to think about it because I don't really know necessarily what was different about me when I was a kid. But I do remember that I couldn't explain away what my obsession was with art, but all I knew was that I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I couldn't stop drawing because there was no other way I knew how to communicate with other people, and so I always kind of stuck to it, and the more I developed my ability to draw, the more I developed myself as a human, and like that kind of correlation between the two, I think, changed. It sets me, I guess, slightly differently from other people who don't see art the same way or don't have art as such a big part of their lives. How I try to quantify talent nowadays is that I think some people just understand what it is that they want, what it is that they are interested in, and are just a little bit more in tune with how they learn from an earlier age. That could be that they just manage to interact with that thing before a lot of other, I think, adult pressures got attached to it. Getting into art is harder when you're an adult because you have learned shame and fear and insecurity and failure, and that makes it really hard to do what is absolutely necessary when it comes to art, which is failing over and over again and learning how to get back up from that. That's difficult when you have an adult perception towards what failure means. To a kid, it doesn't mean anything. They'll forget about it within a couple minutes. For adults, it's everything. We base ourselves off of what we can and can't do. And that, I think, inhibits people from being able to, I guess, interact with the same things in a similar way. And so, ultimately, all of this, like, meandering around the topic, talent's hard for me to quantify, and I don't think I have a good kind of grasp on it yet, because I don't think it's really just it doesn't exist, you know, whatever. I don't think it's helpful to think about talent in any way. It's a way for people to describe things they don't understand. It's a way for other people outside of that sphere to put a name to something that they think is interesting or incredible or really admirable or surprising. But functionally, the word is useless. There's no way to take anything out of that word and apply it to something, because if you call someone else talented, what does it really give them? Potentially an inflated self-worth. There's not really a way for someone to take that term and utilize it other than a confidence boost, but how long does that last? Until the next person tells you that you're not shit. Like, until someone tells you that everything everyone else told you was a lie. And then you're back at rock bottom, right? So how do I quantify talent? I think it's a tenacity towards something. I think it's being exposed to something that really clicks with you at an early age, potentially, because very rarely do I think adults get pegged as talented if they hadn't been pegged as talented beforehand, unfortunately. But exposure to something that makes sense to your brain, having a finer tuned kind of understanding of how that, you know, this synergy between the thing that you do and the way that you think changes how you learn and how you approach improving that skill set. And eventually, that thing just kind of fades as being a particular uniqueness to you, and it more just like, this is just who you are. I think talent is a loaded word, one that no one really knows how to really, I think, use, because it's easy to throw around and difficult to describe without getting into topics that are kind of uncomfortable for people. It's hard to accept, I think, that concept of talent being divine or ordained or something. It gets into weird, mushy parts that I think is hard to describe and hard to discuss. And at least for me, I really honestly prefer, like, not thinking about talent in any conceivable way. It is not that it doesn't exist, but more so unhelpful. It's a word that has no usage, no meaning, and no active difference. It doesn't make a difference when applied to people, at least for me. And so that's kind of how I'm currently contextualizing it, because I really don't have a good answer for personally how I guess am comfortable espousing it as, describing it as. Because I don't think I've totally figured out my feelings about it. So it's tough for me to verbalize. I don't think I would necessarily, oops. I don't think I would necessarily use physical limitations and apply that in the same circumstance. Because I think you can be talented at playing sports, even if you physically are not fit to compete in it in an official standpoint. But like anyone can be good at a sport, but it's gonna be different for you depending on how you play it, your physical determinations. I think in a lot of sports, physicality is very important, and that's fair. Doesn't prevent you from being good at it, though, I think. Same with physical disabilities, different abilities. There are plenty of instances where people hard of vision, physically they can't hold like pencils or paints or anything, having overcome that in a variety of different ways. So I don't think artistic interest, creative skills are necessarily things that you can't achieve or have when you are not physically able to do it the normal way, but I think anyone can be creative, or anyone can be interested in a sport, have the skill sets to do it. It's just not necessarily, the process won't be typical, I guess. I mean, let's take a pretty base example. Colorblindness. A lot of people don't think you can be an artist if you're colorblind. Fundamentally inaccurate, right? Like, being colorblind does not affect your ability necessarily to draw, but it does affect your ability to interact with color the same way that other people do. So you have to get through that in one way or another. A really good example of that is Ness Kane. He's a professional character artist, illustrator who works has worked in a variety of places. Blizzard was, I think, his last place. And he is colorblind. But if you've seen his stuff, he is really good at picking really cohesive color palettes. He has a really good innate sense for depth and tone and atmosphere. And if you have seen him write about his experiences being colorblind and also being able to pick colors because his job as an illustrator, he talks about ways that he's gotten through it by having a different, approach to picking his colors. So, again, and this is exactly why talent gets really sticky as a topic, because people have different interpretations of what it means to be able to do something, different interpretations of what, like, being talented in X thing means. No one has the same idea. It's an incredibly messy way of describing someone, and ultimately there's in my eyes no reason to give it the amount of power that it does over people. People obsessed with the idea of talent. And it's a way, again, for people to describe, why is that disappearing? Gives people a way to put a word to something they don't understand or can't personally relate to. But, I don't think it's a topic that's really all that, helpful to have. Have I gone to any shows or movies recently? The last show I watched was Arcane. It was glorious, amazing, and I hope Fortiche gets the credit they deserve, because Fortiche has done some excellent work, and I am still extremely frustrated with the fact that a lot of people still don't talk about Fortiche, even though Fortiche did an amazing job with League of Legends as an IP, and bringing it into a new form, new stories, new ways of approaching an IP, and people still don't talk about Fortiche. It makes me extremely frustrated, because it's not it's a great thing. Like, you know, a lot of people are like, it might look pretty, but maybe it's not gonna be that cool of a show. I think it's a pretty good show, and I think that speaks a lot to how Fortiche as a creative kind of agency has reinvigorated the direction of storytelling when it comes to an IP that has existed for so long and it's been retconned for so long. So many times, Riot has retconned its own stuff because it doesn't really understand the direction it wants to take. And Fortiche created a direction for them to use, and I think it's an excellent interpretation of it. I think it's a really good pass on it, and I wish they got their credit where credit is due. That's all. I don't really care about anything else. They did Rise, Pop Stars, they did Echo Seconds, they did a couple of other things I forget. No, they didn't do the one for Ash. They did a lot of the really popular MVs. And then, when they went full-time on Arcane, Riot hired a bunch of studios to try and replicate Fortiche, which didn't work out as well as they hoped, I think, and that's when they started experimenting with other styles that weren't Fortiche related. But I think it's very noteworthy that Fortiche has a style that is so unique to them, and they stuck with it. They're not an agency that just kind of gets a direction told to them and they replicate it. They have their own style that is worth paying for. So they made the show in their style, something that they designed, that their artists are known for. I think that's an incredibly interesting, like, production story, right? The studio has such a strong, unique creative art direction with amazing individuals working on their show and their products that companies pay to work with them. Companies pay to have their stuff seen in that style. And I wish more people knew about them. I wish more people understood how cool that is, and how difficult it is to take an IP as established of League of Legends and make your mark on it time and time again. I think it's very cool. And not enough people are talking about it. I don't think I'm ready yet. I think I'm still I haven't gotten over my high school phase of being really into Imagine Dragons, so I'm not ready yet to go back and appreciate what they've done for Riot. So every time the opening popped up, I was like, I can't listen to Imagine Dragons. They sound the exact same. So I've avoided watching the opening every single time. But it's cool that they've been doing some stuff for Riot. It's very neat. Do you draw, you forget, like, imagine the proportions, pose in your mind, then draw from the top to bottom of the character, or do you go by your understanding of anatomy and draw? Because what happens with me when I draw from top to bottom, like the face to feet, I make proportions on, and then I select stuff, I mean, that's fine. Like, I think maybe there's some kind of, thinking of, like, you know, you shouldn't be doing that. Like, if you have to do those things, like, fixing your proportions after you've drawn them, like, that's fine. I don't think there's necessarily something noteworthy other than, like, to draw like this and not have to do that. Other than that, I've just gotten more and more used to a certain muscle memory when it comes to proportions, and so I have a better view of it. But honestly, like, I always draw my heads too big. I'm always fixing it afterwards. It's something that I haven't yet fully gotten, I think, the hang of, and so I still fix my proportions. I do try to envision it somewhat. I mean, I've talked about how there are occasions where I'm just kind of making it up as I go, and usually I'm only deciding lines like the second or the moment before I draw them, as kind of a mental exercise. But I also just kind of do it because, you know, it's hard to talk and then also envision and then plan for things. So that's why I kind of go back and forth on lines. But when it comes to figuring out poses and stuff, yeah, there's a level of envisioning. But again, I don't really plan for, like, I have no ideas what the legs are gonna look like. I haven't decided that yet. At some point, I will have to draw the legs, and I'll have to figure out what that is gonna look like. But for now, no ideas what the leg looks like, how they're positioned or anything. I'm just kind of going with the flow. Sometimes, like, I knew I kind of wanted to do a back view just for funsies. But that's just because I haven't done one in a while, and how it was gonna look, I had no idea. So yes, envisioning is kind of part of the process. It's why being good at anatomy or having a solid sense of anatomy is helpful when you're drawing from imagination, because or I don't want to say helpful, it is necessary when drawing from imagination, because you have to be able to work on the fly with, you know, having an idea in your head, but then also coming up with new ideas as you're drawing and new solutions to problems. Like, okay, well, if in this pose you don't really see this really important costume part of like a costume object or something like that, or a prop, so I have to figure out, you know, what pose would be really good for that, and how do I change it without changing, you know, the energy or the atmosphere, the vibe of this, and how do I do that without, you know, kind of not necessarily to avoid making sketches, but just once you've gotten to a point where you don't need it, you can make these choices and decisions and make the changes without having to plan ahead for those things. But I think for the most part, a lot of people have like a misinterpretation of like drawing from imagination. I'm not doing this like to to show people anything. I'm doing this because I don't feel like there's a reason for me to sketch a lot of these things out, because I have an idea in my head. My ability to plan for proportions ahead of time, I kind of just have to base that off of muscle memory. If I get it wrong, I get it wrong, and then I fix it. If I need to do a sketch because the pose is complicated, I will, because I need it. The point of this is not to draw from imagination and never use sketches. It's so that I can just draw in the fastest, most convenient way possible. And at this point, I enjoy drawing the most when I am not, making a ton of sketches ahead of time. It's just more enjoyable that way. Are you drawing anyone specific today for stream? Just doing, charity commissions, as always. Always happy to help. How am I feeling so far? I'm actually feeling pretty good. I will probably do one more after this, maybe? We'll see. I might have enough energy for the other... Because this one has 3 characters in it, I think. So... might... finish it off or just do 2 of it? I'm not sure. Been thinking of doing art streams, but I don't have a microphone. Any recommendations for a relatively cheap one? I've heard people saying that Blue Yeti is pretty good for just, a good starter microphone. It's solid. I'd say if you want a microphone, you should also think about getting an arm for it. And clamping it onto the table or something. That's really helpful, because having it on the table where it's like getting in the way of your keyboard and stuff, and it picks up any noise you have, like bumping into your table, putting your arms on the table, like just having a like a floating microphone is really good for keeping sound at a minimum. So my recommendation would be to get a USB mic that is affordable for you, and getting a microphone stand. Do you remember which mechanical keyboard you use? I use an a Royal Kludge 61, I think, so RK61. I've heard people recommend RK68 instead. I just got this one because it came with my work, equipment request. They're like, hey, just buy anything off of Amazon and just give us the receipt. So I did that. But there's tons of other keyboards that are much better. I'd say what really matters about keyboards is mechanical keyboards, right? Is making sure that the size is right. I use a 60%, I think, a 60 or 65%. I have certain switches that I use. I have silent reds. I think they're Cherry X, MX, but there are tons of other ones. And I have keycaps that make me happy. And if you care about color, getting one that has RGB or no RGB is also something you have to think about. And if it has Bluetooth capabilities. RK61 does have Bluetooth capabilities, and it is quite nice for when I want to work on my iPad, but I still need a keyboard. I will use the Bluetooth on my keyboard and go outside to work. Yes, it's without the number pad, and the arrow keys are incorporated into the keyboard itself. So like my like left arrow is right next to my space bar, and it shares a function with my alt key. If you're really into gaming, that might change what kind of keyboard you want to use. Like if having an F bar matters to you, then you might want to get one that has separated things. I didn't really need a number pad, and I didn't really need an F bar, so that's why a 65%, I guess that's what it is, was good for me. I'd say with microphones, you want to take like tech in general, you want to strike a balance between cheap and affordable versus good quality. There are quite a few good quality mics that are not actually that expensive, and there are quite a few affordable mics that are just really not even worth the shipping cost, because they break so fast. So definitely do your research in terms of user reviews for different microphones, because depending on how you want to use them and the time you want to use them for, that might affect your choices. I personally use an Audio-Technica 2020 USB mic that's been discontinued. It is a fantastic mic. I've only bought 2 because my first one kind of sparked out after using it for like 7 years. So then I got a new one. It's been great. Like, they're integrated into like the main set of keys. So like my up arrow is like the question mark, my left arrow is the alt key, my right arrow is the control. But so it's not like floating to the side, if that makes any sense. Have you read or watched Blue Period? If so, what are your thoughts? I think I read like the first couple chapters, and then I stopped. Is it the one about, oh wait, maybe it's not the one about soccer. Old, let me see. Oh, it's the artist one. I read this one a little bit. I think it was cool. I didn't get too into it though. But maybe I'll get into it more. I don't know. I tend to not get too into like other people's interpretation of art, I guess, and like art experience, because I find myself not often relating to it too much, and it's kind of weird. I think I stopped reading it because I didn't like his art. So I was just kind of like, I don't know. But that was like some random day a year or so ago, so I don't even know if I have the same opinion. Thank you for the gift sub. You got gift subbed. This is someone's OC from Charity Commissions. Did I leave Instagram? No, I just don't post on it very much. And it's not because I don't, like, enjoy posting on Instagram. It's more so that, I don't have anything to post because I've been really busy. It doesn't? I wonder why. Let me see. Very strange. It didn't work for me either. I wonder why. I imagine it's just glitching. Like, you can search me up with my, my @ like, if the link doesn't work. I don't think Instagram uses a different linking system, so I have no idea how to fix that. Does he have tails? I think he does. How do the tails come out here? Does he have a face tattoo? That I don't think so. Things I need to check before I finish a commission. Do they have a face tattoo and do they have a tail? Or do they have glasses? Because I will absolutely forget. He does have colored eyes though, so I'll go grab them. Found you from your character design video. You really helped me out. I'm glad. I'm glad that it was, you know, something that was interesting to you and ended up being helpful. Okay, so what is this called? Let's see. Next one. Same character but different outfit. Okay. I would rather you not. Mainly because I don't think I'm the right age for that. I'm gonna check. Are you allowed to color the commission practice? Yeah, you are free to do whatever you want for the commission or with the commission, provided that you don't use it for profit. You can color it, commission someone else to color it for you, use it as your profile picture, your banner, crop it, do whatever. I don't really care. 'Tis yours to use for personal reasons. Speaking of any colors, or speaking of colors, any tips on learning coloring? I feel like I'm so confused. That's also confusing me right now. Specifically what? Like picking colors? Painting? Coloring something? Like I don't know exactly what you mean. So is your problem that it's like you don't? Because I guess I struggle to understand when people say they don't know how to paint. So is it like you don't know how to paint it so that it doesn't, like it's too muddy when you paint, or is it that you don't know how to blend colors together? Is it that you don't know what colors to pick for like shadows and stuff? Don't know when to stop blending. Hard to create volumes in painting, probably rendering more the colors, another thing about it. Okay, well if you struggle with, I guess making forms look 3D, it kind of goes into more like lighting, and contrast and values. So, if you, want to create like a 3D form, an important thing that you should think about is contrast. A lot of people don't put enough contrast in their work, and so it creates this kind of like they use certain shadows or colors for shadows, but it's not dark enough in value to make it feel like it's actually turning in space. So thing you can try is to throw a grayscale filter over your stuff. I think some people use Control Y because it's like a proof color thing, and that way they can see the values of what they're drawing, and if the shadows are not dark enough given the certain lighting scheme that you're doing, that might make it feel very flat. That is kind of the stipulation though, like it does depend on what kind of lighting scenario you've set up for the drawing. And if you know it's a really low contrast lighting scenario, it might not be as important for there to be super high contrast. But generally I think when it comes to painting 3D form, a lot of people miss out on having enough value range in areas that are important, and having too much value range all over so that it feels like everything is equally as bright and dark. Nothing has like kind of gradations in terms of how close they are to the light source, or how bright are the highlights going to be, where are the highlights supposed to be in order to maximize focus in certain areas. So yeah, I'd say your problem is probably more about lighting and picking appropriate values as opposed to color. barely have any brain capacity for one whole character design. So, are you asking, like what are you specifically asking? Because character designs can be as, you know, intense and complex as they are simple. Just because you wanted to make a character design doesn't mean that the character design has to be all that complicated unless you really want it to be. But, you know, like, for my line of work, I'm often asked to make character designs that people will want to play as or buy skins for, or, you know, is compelling as a main character, and so that makes my job a lot more focused on making characters that have a bigger visual impact. But, you know, there are quite a few characters out there that are perfectly iconic and people relate to them and they serve well as OCs or as character designs for properties, and they don't look like that because it's not important for them to wear super cool armor or crazy designs. It's more important that they, you know, look or feel normal or even kind of average in their story, and so they, you know, dress in like a hoodie and jeans, and that's kind of it. And it's more about like the colors you pick and the maybe like facial features, hairstyle, textile patterns, like that kind of stuff. So I guess to me, I kind of don't see, like, you probably can make a character design, but it's ultimately dependent on what kind of character do you want to make. Because anyone can make a character and put them in a sweater, but if you want something a little bit more than that, then that's a different conversation. Control-wise, only for Photoshop, yes. If you don't know when to stop blending, by the way, typically less is more. Has been my experience. What's a good way to create dark shadows or dark colors such as black boots without using black? I've heard numerous artists say not to use black. The only reason why people say not to use black is it's very hard to go deeper than that. But really, black is not necessarily the, like, I don't know, there are very few hard rules in art, and I don't think not using black is necessarily one of them. It's just, there are better colors. Like, if you're debating using black for something, there's usually a better color that is so close to black, but not totally black. Because in ways we can kind of visually see, and this is more important for paintings than digital art, but we can visually see when a paint that is really close to black is a warm black, a cool black, a more of a gray, so desaturated, or it's actually a really deep brown. Like, we can see differences in those tones and it changes the color. So going straight to black is often a more of a beginner mistake because they see, like, oh, I want shadows, so I'm just gonna go straight to the deepest shadow I can do. There's often better solutions to those things. But there are instances where black is actually the perfect tone value to use, because, like, when I'm drawing, I'm using black all the time because I'm not trying to evoke color in any way, and black is the only tone I have other than white to draw. So in instances where maybe I put a color behind things, black is a value that I use actively. And sometimes when you want to get so dark, you can use black in a way that is smart and efficient without flattening the image. But oftentimes people don't know how to do that, and they tell them to not use black because it's easier to tell them to not use black than it is to tell them when to use black and when not to, because the decision is usually very subjective. I'd say when things come, like black boots, you can use a color that is really close to black, but there are different warmths and temperatures for dark colors. So if you want kind of a warmer black because the character itself has a really warm color palette, you don't want to get too far away from that, using straight black will make the boots feel much cooler in tone than the warm color palette that you have, and it's usually very obvious. So instead, use a very desaturated dark brown. Use highlights, because very rarely is anything super matte. I mean, it's like there's like a paint that's really matte, but no one wears that actively. So oftentimes even black boots will still look a little bit gray or a little bit brown or something like that, depending on the lighting and the atmosphere and the ambient kind of tone of the light around them. So, you know, leather has highlights, latex has highlights, so your boots are going to have other tones than black. And when you're doing your shadows, pick a color that's very close to it, but not exactly, and use black in the darkest parts. If the lighting is super low in your painting, you're not going to be able to get away with not using black. So then it's more about being able to pick the right moments to use it so that you're not painting everything as dark as they can possibly be, because that's not how lighting typically works, and you're making executive choices about, you know, when light is hitting certain objects and how you're highlighting them so that you are maximizing your composition and the areas of focus and areas of rest. Like, those are all aspects to picking colors. And black in particular is very difficult for people to describe the use cases for. But it's not a hard set rule, as I think some people might think. It's just difficult to explain. How to come up with a bunch of different character designs? So I guess it depends on what you want each name to kind of feel like. And even if it is a joke, I'm going to answer honestly, because someone else might have the same question. Or not same instance, but similar thing, right? If you're starting with a name, this is a very specific instance. Very rarely do you start with names. But if you're starting with a name like you are, I guess you're thinking about each name differently because each of them have a different meaning to you. They feel different ways, right? And so each character design is going to want to feel different, and the way you can start with that is kind of figuring out, why does it feel different? Is it just the place that you got it has a very different, you know, atmosphere? Is one more gothic while one's more cottagecore, like, you know, that kind of stuff? Or is it you envision yourself wearing different clothes or dressing a different way, and therefore these characters would have different ways of dressing that would change how you perceive them? Then that changes the course of what the character design might look like. If you are, you know, basing it off of those things, you can start with making like a collective board of images where you can figure out, like, okay, what are the aspects that make this character different? It could be abstract things, like this character feels more like very natural, very nature-based kind of personality, and they have a lot of like greens and certain color palettes, and maybe they'd wear this kind of outfit, and you can make boards based off of that. And then once you have that kind of figured out, you can say, okay, well, you know, what does this name feel like to me, and what are attributes that I can put on this character that makes them different? If you have a ton of greens, you could say, okay, well, I think orange hair looks pretty cool with this, or maybe even I could try something with a very cool color palette, so it's like a blue-haired kind of character, because I got a lot of greens. But if the greens are more spring and forest green, maybe you could go with something like with you know, again, ginger hair, red hair, something that, like, they have tan skin, but what kind of tan skin? Olive-based, warm-toned, peachy-toned. Do they wear glasses? Are they kind of a bookish kind of person? Well, maybe they have glasses, and they have a very specific type of frames, and all of that revolves around your idea for what this character is, how they act, what they do, and it means something a little bit more because you have a bunch of different names. I think your case is a little bit more different because in a way they're different characters, but they're also you. So I think the same process still applies, but it might feel a little bit different for you than it might for someone else who's just designing a character. But otherwise, I'd say break it down to as many little steps as you can, right? Essentially, a character design is just you're coming up with ways to dress a character, and you're coming up with ways to design a face and a body that matches an overall idea. Whether or not that person is a very modern, very comfy type person that has, you know, very soft, calm interests, they're very introverted, like those things change, will change how they dress, how they act, what they wear, how they look. And, you know, with characters, we can change everything about a character. We can change their body type, their face shape, their hair, their everything about them more than we can change about ourselves. And so there's a lot of freedom in a character design that can be, you know, a full encompassing visualization of who you want to be or what that name is supposed to represent. Start with the stuff that you do know and just start drawing, right? Just start thinking about, okay, well, what if I gave them rounder eyes and maybe a rounder face? Maybe they have a different hairstyle, and you can look up on Pinterest or on Google or watch YouTube videos about people with different types of hair, different types of clothing, different fashion senses, and you can take all that and put it into this character. Like, okay, well, what if I take this picture of this sweater but match it with this photograph of some model wearing X pants or skirt or dress or whatever? What if I mash those together? Does that fit this character? And all that kind of stuff. It doesn't have to be that complicated. I think as soon as you get into more intense, like, depths when it comes to character design, things can get pretty messy. Like, for me, I have to think about, you know, okay, I need this character to be both marketable, technically achievable. I need them to fit this world, fit the theme. I have to have them fit this class. They have to fit this story. And so I'm working from a different starting point. But you can work from whatever you want them to be. And that's kind of the important part, I guess. Do I hatch or cross-hatch? I very rarely cross-hatch because I don't really like the look of it. I do hatch sometimes, though. So hatch shading is something I have done before, and I do occasionally do it. But I very rarely shade my sketches because I never think they look nice. So, I don't know. Very rarely do I do it, but I prefer hatching over cross-hatching. How do you draw clothes on top of another clothing? I struggle so much with clothing. Draw clothes on top of others. I guess that's kind of more of it's a half like a technical thing and more of a design thing. If you are like looking at putting a jacket on top of a t-shirt, then that's a technical question. You're looking at how do I layer clothes on top of each other? How do I draw this? The way to remedy that is to do either clothed figure drawing or doing life drawing of people, or taking your own reference and studying from that. If you struggle to draw certain things, as opposed to designing them, then the best way to remedy that is almost always to use reference and to draw from reference and to learn what are the building blocks of drawing, you know, fabric on top of other fabric. How does that change what it looks like? And that is a skill that is very technical. I'm not necessarily sure if, I don't know, I guess I don't see from a design standpoint how layering different clothes on top of each other is, I guess you can say it's more of a fashion thing. Like, if you don't know two articles of clothing go together, then that could be more of a getting more in tune with fashion, figuring out what your tastes are and seeing what looks good and trying on different things. And if you don't have a good sense for what types of clothes there are to layer on top of each other, then you know, then it's time to get more into fashion than you've been. Sometimes I'll window shop on websites, but not because I'm gonna buy anything, just to see if there are new clothing pieces of attire out there that I haven't been into, because I don't buy a ton of clothes. I still wear stuff that I got in middle school because I just haven't changed in terms of height or size. And I don't really wear things outside of sweaters and like sweatpants and hoodies and the occasional skirt and shirt. I don't, you know, I don't change my outfits very much. So I have to take a lot of my inspiration from looking at magazines or movies, looking at people who really do care about fashion and seeing what kind of fashion influences are happening right now. But that's kind of more of a, I guess, like personal education type thing. Cole, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 12 months. It's been a year. Thank you, thank you. Do you have any tips on presentations? Specifically, I tend to like painting figures, but then they end up on a white background and I don't know what to do with them. Yeah, so ways that you can kind of get away from that. It's a good idea to tone your backgrounds to at least a color that is complementary to the character. For a lot of character designs, I often go with something very kind of neutral. So if the character is cool toned, I might go with a kind of slight cool toned gray. So it's like not gray, so totally desaturated, but it's super close and it's in the blue hue family. And I might go with something a little bit more ultramarine than in terms of like the hue. If the color palette is kind of deep wine reds or, you know, purples and stuff, or I might go a little bit more cyan if the color palette is green or something like that. I'll go a little bit more warm gray if I think there is like the color palette is complementary to that, and so on. I pick grays just because they're very neutral, but that's not often the best thing to pick. I'd say, you know, you can just pick a color and use the hue and saturation tool and just kind of pick and choose, like, you know, different saturations, different colors, and find one that looks good. It takes a while to figure out how colors go together, especially a character against a flat background. And you know, you can always look at how other character artists tend to add color to their backgrounds, because, you know, we're not usually illustrators when we're designing characters, so we didn't draw it with the intent of putting it against like a scene. I know a lot of people tend to put them with gradients because very often a character goes from light to dark, top to bottom. Not always, but sometimes. And so when that happens, we put a gradient dark to light, so it offsets it and contrasts the lightest part of the character with the darkest tone in the background. You'll see that a lot for character concept artists or concept art in general. It's very easy. But yeah, I'd say, you know, it's good to experiment with colors. You never know if actually a pretty vibrant color is a pretty interesting way to grab attention, and it offsets the color really well. Something I recently started experimenting with this year is like highlighter tones. I started really liking like bright greens and blacks and figuring out how to offset those with one another, and hot pinks too are always fun, and bright yellows are always fun, but those often work in very specific instances, so not always. But you know, I started experimenting with them because I realized I don't do a ton with the backgrounds of my pieces, and when I'm not doing a scene, it's nice to have a new color. So this is all to say, take a look at how other people make their backgrounds interesting without putting a scene behind them, and practice picking colors. I think this is much more of a color picking problem than it is like an actual, I guess, content problem, because colors in a background, even if it is simple, which is not the issue necessarily, is tough. because you never know when the color is going to distract from the character itself. But learning how to paint backgrounds is a good thing. Get into environments if you have even the slightest bit of interest. It's a very good skill to have. My palette is pink, purple, blue suggestion. I'll definitely use a hue slider. Yeah, I'd say you could go with a pretty bright tone. Like, again, you have to balance, like, saturation and value. You don't want to override the look of your own character. But it's gonna really depend on how you want to present it. Sometimes a mood is going to impact the look and feel of the background, and so you'll want to pick a darker color even if your character is pretty dark as well, and then that changes how you want to, you know, fiddle with the tone and the hue so that none of your character gets lost but it's not too bright. So move the color slider around. I'd recommend sticking within the color family. You typically want to stray away from the color family if it's something you want them to focus on. So that's why I usually recommend putting small highlights and accent colors is a color that's kind of different from the rest of the color palette. But with a background, you don't really want them to focus on it, so I would recommend staying somewhere close to the main color family. But again, probably not something super saturated unless it's a look you're going for. Sheldon, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Hi, Peach. Yes, Peach? You're so cute, Peach. I love my cat. Yes, Peach? Hi. You should stay here with me. Papa's gonna come over tomorrow so he can give you a ton of pets. Yeah. You stay here. Butt pats. welcome to the stream. Do you ever go back and redraw art you did when you were younger? I've done that before. I haven't done any recently, but I do remember. Let me see if I can find it. It was a character design I did when I was younger, but I have no idea if I'm going to be able to find it now. Might be interesting to do another one, especially because I do have some character designs I did back then, so maybe I'll do a redraw of that. That could be fun. Oh, no worries. Good luck with your dog. See you next time. Hope you can drop by again. Yeah. I could, well, actually it could be from my DeviantArt too. I do have quite a few RP, DeviantArt role-playing characters that I made that I never ended up using. I was like, I have a ton of DeviantArt character designs and I'm actually really super proud of still. Some of them are kind of weird, but I wonder, do I still have... I do not remember my DeviantArt login page, or login credentials, but I'm just gonna look it up. Let's see. What are some character designs I still really like? I thought this character was really cute. I made him ages ago. I never got to use him because the group kind of went inactive after a while. But look at him, he's so cute. He's based off of a plant. Something like that, I don't know. A plant. And also, I really liked this character. I never did anything with her either. But I've always liked when things with arms... I don't know. I like things with arms. Big arms. She was always fun. Oh, wow. I completely forgot about this character. This was one of my first characters that I've ever designed. And she grew a lot when I was kind of growing up. But I stopped drawing her, like, in 2013? ish. Like, I think this was the last drawing I ever did of her. I mean, her only character design feature was that she had brown hair and she had a bunch of bandages around there, like on her face and stuff, and like, that was it. But man, I really liked her when I was a kid. So maybe I'll draw her again. This is also, I think, one of my favorite illustrations I've ever done, and I still feel like this is one of the best ones I've done. I've gotten better at painting, but I never did another painting like this for a very long time afterwards. And this was back in 2013. Yeah, I should look at all this stuff again. It's always fun looking at old art, I feel like. I can just forget that I still have a bunch of old art out there that I could look at. Yeah, I've had a couple of those when I was younger, and I think, I don't know. I still think they look nice. And it's actually not that bad. Which is nice to say about my stuff, because I think when I was little, I was even more insecure than I am now. And very rarely would I let myself be proud of things, because I was like, if you're proud of it, that means, you know, you're stagnating, because obviously nothing you make is good, so you're just lying to yourself or whatever. Which is a very punishing way, I think, to see yourself. But when you're as insecure and naive and kind of lost as I think a lot of people are when they're younger, then you're very used to treating yourself poorly. But I don't know. I feel like now I can look back and look at my old art and be like, her stuff is nice. Like, she, you know, there are times when I think a lot of the stuff I drew was very much more from my head. And I could tell when my art started changing and I started drawing more for other people, for external validation, but a lot of my old art that I really like still, it's like, you know, on a technical level, I'm obviously better, but when it comes to ideas or even just how I remember feeling when I drew it at the time, like, I think she had something going on that I've definitely lost since. So it's always nice to look at her stuff again. Old me. Before I got super deep into working as a professional artist. It's always nice to remember who you were before any of this meant anything. Before all of this stuff had to, you know, get used for a job or had to be NDA'd and written about in a contract and sold and all that stuff. Jellybilly, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub for 20 months. Thank you. You've been here for a long time. Always appreciate the support. Does Photoshop not autosave? Sounds like a cool programming project. It does, but depends on how often you set it up. Photoshop creates a lot of temporary files. It's why if you don't restart your computer or shut it down very often, it can sometimes chug. But yeah, its autosave feature is not often super reliable because it depends on when you set it up or how often you set it up for. I think about her sometimes. I think a lot of who I'm trying to be nowadays has kind of been in a way to recapture what I think I had when I was younger. Because I think I've always known that I like art, I like drawing. But when you're a kid and you like it, there's not really a ton of strings attached yet. And I think the art that I made when there wasn't that pressure was very different. I think it felt different. I remember it being different. And I think art's very reactive. It's very much impacted by how you see life, how you live it, how you interact with it, what do you do on a daily basis. And because art is my job and my hobby, sometimes it's difficult to remember why I liked it so much. But I do remember looking back, like, moments where I'd draw and I'd remember feeling like this just innate, pure, like, raw happiness. And I don't remember feeling that very often with a lot of things. I was a very, like, socially anxious, extremely insecure, extremely afraid individual as a kid. I couldn't look people in the eye. I couldn't talk right in front of a ton of people. I always felt bad about myself physically, emotionally, mentally. But in the rare moments I do remember being really happy. A lot of it had to do when I was alone, making art for myself, for no one else in particular, for no other reason in particular than the fact that I enjoyed it. And I remember those moments because I also remember telling myself, like, when things get tough, I'm gonna have to remember what this felt like, because I knew it was going to. I knew I was gonna start hating it. I knew I was gonna start, questioning it at some point. And there was a year where I legitimately thought I was gonna quit because nothing worked out that year. But I think young me was onto something for sure, because I mean, if she didn't stick through it, then I wouldn't be here, right? This version of me wouldn't be here. And what she went through is part of what makes, I think, my current, I guess, outward look on life and my current perspective on how I want to live life. She's definitely changed that quite a bit. So even if my first, 20 years on this earth was very, very complicated and tough sometimes and a little bit cringy, and by a little bit I mean a lot, I don't know. I kind of have to look back on it a little bit more fondly every year, especially with the art that I made, because she's definitely a lot more honest than I am. I gotta say, I've never lost as much work using Photoshop than when I switched to using the Windows version. For some reason, I feel like Photoshop is just so not built for Windows. Like, I feel like it crashes, it has glitches, it bugs out. Every update seems to destroy it just a little bit more. But when I was working on a Mac, like, none of that happened. Because I'm pretty sure they're meant for Adobe products, but yeah, very strange. You schedule any time off for December 9th? Oh, is that when Endwalker comes out? No, I'm still working. I'm thinking about taking from December 22nd off. Because technically I'm still working until, like the 23rd. But most of my coworkers take time off around then. So I might also take time off. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll probably log in. Like, I'll log in so I can see, like, oh, what is it like when people are actually playing this game? Because I've heard that, you know, the game is so different when content comes out. So I'm interested to see what that's like, because I've only ever played during off times. But yeah, I don't know if I'll actually be able to play, because I think it's gonna get really busy around then. I know I can't stop you, but take care of yourselves, okay? Eat, drink water. Don't be stupid. Keep your window open so you can air out your room. Okay? That is, like, so not what I was saying, but okay. I know that you two will not rest. I understand. So I just hope that you two survive. Hey, it's gonna be cold. They're gonna want to come in, you know? So it's a win for everyone. That is always the case. Have you been streaming it? Because you should stream it. Because you should be streaming. Okay, good. Good. I hope that went well. Yes. If anyone is interested in Final Fantasy XIV content with the upcoming expansion, Graha Blast, my beautiful friend Cole, is getting into streaming. So if you like Final Fantasy XIV, you should follow him, because I'm trying to get him to stream more, and if people come by and say hi to him while he's streaming, maybe he will actually listen to me, which he did today. Yes. Which is quite an achievement for only streaming for like, what, a month or two? I don't think I got to 50 followers until I was like at least 6 months in. I have not watched any, and I actually haven't heard of that, so, Osama ranking? Is it Prince ranking? Oh. Actually, I've not seen this at all. It looks very cute, though. Have I watched Death Note? I read it a very long time ago, so I don't really even remember very much of it. Seems like it's gotten more popular recently. Because I remember reading it when it first came out, and it only had like a couple chapters available. But it's been a while. I feel like at least 2 years, 3 years. So it's pretty interesting seeing a resurgence of it now. What game has your favorite character designs? I really like the main character from Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. I think he's a really cool design. Same with Latch from the other Team Reptile game. What was it called? Lethal League? Lethal League has a little alligator character, which I think is a stellar character design. What other games though? I generally don't feel like a lot of games have like character designs that I'm like super in love with just because of the design. I think I often like the character because the character has a cool story or a cool arc. I really like Joker's design from Persona 5, but I also just like Joker, so how much of my interest in him is because it's Joker, you know? He's the cutest. I love him. I have to think. Journey, the main character from Journey, is an absolutely beautiful design. What other games have I played? Yeah, no. I think in general, I don't think there's a ton of games where I'd say that the design is cool as a standalone. I think oftentimes they're helped by the fact that they're part of a story and you get to play as them or with them, and that makes their character more interesting. But from a design standpoint, a lot of it tends to be colored by like who draws the character. I think a really good illustrator can make a bad design still kind of interesting. It doesn't make it good. A designer will be able to see through it and notice the lack of substance, but a good fan artist will make a really compelling argument for a character or a ship or, you know, a relationship at any, you know, junction. And could get you interested in something even if the design is not necessarily crazy. But I'm kind of speaking from someone who doesn't really interact with a ton of media. So a lot of my interests are very based on like, did I see nice art from it? Or like, did I see nice art of it? And it'll change my mind. Suga. How are you? Yes. A couple times in my life. I think it's nice. It's one of my better ones, I think, that I've done recently. Okay. Let's see. So, what is Friday? Friday is the 3rd? Should be fine for then. I don't think anything big is happening on Friday. So I should be able to stream. By the way, Nat, do you have a hot chocolate brand you recommend? I use a lot of the Swiss brand because they have a like normal flavor. I don't really like dark chocolate or white chocolate or whatever. I just like normal hot chocolate. So I use the Swiss brand a lot. And my roommate and I get little tiny mini marshmallows, and I get whipped cream. And I put whipped cream and tiny marshmallows on mine. It's very cute. So I recommend the Swiss one, but you don't have to. It's just a brand of hot chocolate. But yeah. Okay. Okay. I don't like cinnamon and I don't like nutmeg. That's the only problem with that. I generally don't like a lot of those kinds of spices, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I didn't grow up with them, and so then when I actually had them, they tasted funky. I can't get over cinnamon. Cinnamon's really weird. And in my experience with nutmeg, I don't like it either. See, Casual Spook? Okay, never mind. Casual Spook is also an enemy. I was gonna say Casual Spook is a friend, but we're enemies now, apparently. I'm surrounded by enemies. I really am. I thought I had a friend. I thought I had a friend here. Someone who isn't gonna, be a part of the chocolate conspiracy, the propaganda. Who isn't a part of the capitalist structures of Christmas, Where all your cinnamon, nutmeg needs are met, whatever. I'm joking. But I think they're nasty, so... This isn't a safe space. I'm constantly being inundated with people being like, why don't you like chocolate? 'Cause it's nasty? Hello? And, actually, I take it back. I set how safe this space is, so this is actually an unsafe space for all of you. I've decided this is my safe space. So you are all enemies. Enemies, okay? I've Uno carded you. Uno reverse carded you, okay? Oh yeah, any last minute questions before we all disperse for the week? Anything anyone will ask that's not chocolate, nutmeg, or cinnamon related? Because you're wrong. Just accept it, you're wrong. But yeah, I'm probably gonna end the stream here just because it's getting kind of late for me. But last minute questions in case anyone has any. How do you get used to brushes? Honestly, just I tend to hoard a bunch of brushes. I download a bunch. So I just try out a ton of them and I shift around settings and I see which ones I like the most and what quality I like about them, and then I'll just, you know, over time I'll see which ones I like, which ones I don't, and then at some point I develop a sense for the kind of brushes I like using. Lately I've recognized I really like using texture brushes, but not necessarily ones that are used for painting. I really like using texture brushes for drawing. I really like that slight grain and that slight spread. So a lot of my brushes have been like that for drawing and sketching, and it's been lovely. But I never used to do that. I used to use super smooth, hard round brushes and stuff like that, and I like them. I still use them from time to time, but, you know, tastes develop. But getting into the habit of rotating them out. Yeah, so sometimes if I have a new brush set and I really want to try it, like I have a bunch that are oil painting related, that I very rarely use a lot of textured brushes to do paintings and stuff. But I did buy a brush set that was kind of oil painterly kind of a thing. And I didn't really have anything to use them on, so that's when I did like this painting. I used a bunch of like these sort of impasto very oil painterly, I think it's Rad's oil brushes. I used a bunch of these because I just downloaded them, but they're really good, and I tested out on this painting, and I almost exclusively used brushes from his pack because I wanted to try it out and see which ones I liked, and I do have some that I like a lot and I implemented them to my other things, but I don't use every brush in the pack, for sure. But, you know, sometimes I'll do a painting where I'm like, this is to experiment with this brush and this brush only, just to see if I like it. I generally stick to the basics as well. Even after I did this, I went back to just painting with normal brushes, but, you know, now I have the experience. Do I like Halloween? I am impartial to it. I think it's fun, but I don't really do anything for Halloween. Will you be posting this one to stream commission section? Probably not. I might finish it and color it, because I need to post stuff. I haven't had time to do anything. Honestly, the way you draw clothing is so beautiful, I adore it. Thank you. How did you go about learning perspective? I've had a couple of perspective-based classes over my career in terms of arts education, but perspective is very technical and it requires a lot of, like, knowledge that isn't just like, hey, you see it, you learn it, you eyeball it. It's one of those few things, I think, in art that you really have to sit down and learn the technical things, so I would recommend, if you have any time, you can look up brainstorm classes about perspective, intro to perspective, or if you go to arts college, they'll usually have a perspective class for you. But U2 also has some. Really, it's honestly, you need to get someone who is very knowledgeable about it to teach you about depth, 3D, depth perspective in 2D, like, art forms. It's got a bunch of technical knowledge in terms of terminology and basics of how to calculate depth in 2D space, and so I'd say it's really hard to learn on your own. It's good to learn from someone or from a piece of, you know, class or course or video. And Any recent cool artists people should look at? I mean, I've always... Well, let's see. Is there anyone new that I've found that I think is really cool? I'm looking at my books, but maybe not my books. Maybe my ArtStation. Here, let's do a short look-see at ArtStation artists that I really like. Let me see. This artist is pretty fun. Let me show you. Let me see if I can get my window. OBS. Window capture. Can I center this? Transform. Center to screen. This artist is pretty cool. So their name is Andreas, and I'm not gonna try to pronounce that last name, but their art's really, really amazing. They do a lot of really cool character designs that I think is really fun and funky. I think this guy is a real, true character designer. His designs are really, interesting, new, they're bright, they're colorful, he's got his own sense of style, and he does a variety of stuff too. Like, he does, very, classic, like, very medieval, but then also he has, like, a spin to it that's almost militant, kind of classic, like, pouches and stuff, but he's also got really good rendering skills, and I recently kind of rediscovered him because I've been following him for a while, but his stuff is really cool. So if you have time, you should check out this artist. Really love his stuff. Any tips on practicing cool costumes for characters? I don't know. I think a lot of it comes from you kind of exposing yourself to cool artists and cool costumes and learning what costuming things you like and don't like. I'd say expanding your general taste for costumes by doing more research, engaging in other cultural backgrounds and stuff will help you design more and more interesting costumes that are not just very, simple or very stereotypical, I guess, or cliche. Yeah, design is very much based on your knowledge of, your visual library, your knowledge of science and history and stuff like that. So by stretching the limits of your knowledge by looking at things that are outside of your comfort zone, you are more likely to come up with designs that are interesting because they are not something you're used to or something that you would automatically do the first time. Why does everyone use the navigator? Because it's great, it's fun, it's funky. Sometimes I like seeing the whole thing. Instead of the little piece that I'm focused on. Do you think starting an ArtStation is worth it? It seems like the only industry professionals use it. I'd say yeah. Industry professionals use everything. It just so happens that ArtStation was kind of the new thing that everyone jumped to after things like CG Hub shut down. There were competitors that just managed to, I think, be a little bit more professional than the other ones, I guess. I don't know. I think having an ArtStation is worth it even if you don't feel like a professional. It's just another way to have a platform, I guess. But yeah. So, check out his art. His stuff is really cool. I will be back next Friday. I think that should be fine. And we will probably continue doing charity commissions then as well. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for dropping by, for spending some time with me. You guys are super, super lovely. I always really appreciate when people come back time and time again, so hopefully I will see you all next time as well. You guys, I love you all so much. Take care of yourselves, stay safe, stay healthy. I hope you guys, going into December, will have, you know, a good, you know, kind of like a solid end to your year. A start to the solid end of the year. But yeah, I love you all so much. Thank you for coming. And I will see you all next week.